Hello, everybody. It's me, and I'm nervous. So I'm just letting you know that because I don't usually go on by myself. But it's my birthday, and I had nothing better to do. And so I thought, why? I was just going to be reading or whatever. So why not read with other people and everything? So that's what I'm going to do. I do have like a little mini book haul that I thought I might like show since I haven't like hauled those books. So give me something to do as well. Hopefully later we may have a surprise guest or so. We'll see if things go according to plan and everything. But for right now, it's me. And I don't know how long I'm going to go because I would kind of like to go long enough that some of the regulars that may be currently working at this time can kind of pop in and say hi and do a reading sprint or whatever. um, like I said, I have nothing better to do, so let's see what we got going on here. Hi, PK. Says happy birthday, thank you. Hi, Sherry. Says hi all. We'll most begin with James Harriet's Animal Stories, a short book I'd like to get off my shelf. Yeah, it's always good to have those short books that you can like read really quick and then you can be done with them. And then Sherry says, of course, happy birthday once again. Thank you. Hi, Kim says hi all and happy birthday. Thank you. And hi, Anita says happy birthday. And hi, Lily. She says hi and happy birthday. And she is reading I Know Who You Are by Alice Feeney. Are you enjoying that one? And then Kim says probably read some more of Death Comes to the Village. Cool. And then Anita said that she's reading Body in the Bookstore by Ellie Alexander. I have that one on Hoopla. I just don't know if I'm going to have time to get to it. I have all these other things that I would like to be reading currently. But I do want to give it a try because I haven't read any Ellie Alexander, and I know a lot of people absolutely love Ellie Alexander, and I need to give her a try. And I figured it would be good if I could try that one since it's on Hoopla, because a lot of her other stuff you can't get like the audiobooks, or at least I can't ever find the audiobooks, and so I thought it might be a good way to try her. And Jenny, hello, says happy birthday, thank you. And Kim says, if I can stay awake. Uh-oh. It's okay. Take a nap. I might still be here whenever you get back. I don't know. And then Sherry said, happy birthday. No, thank you. And hi, Melissa. How are you doing? Says, I'm at the coffee shop enjoying some alone time. I bet you probably need some much rewarded alone time and everything. I'm sure taking care of a couple little ones is hard. And Lily says, I'm loving it. Super scary. Oh, cool. And Sherry, the book gnome says, not sure what to start next. Maybe Perry Mason or a Western. I vote Perry Mason. I have one on my TBR. Oops. Hi, Sarah Beth. Says, today's your birthday. Well, happy birthday, Storm. I hope you're having a good day. Well, thank you. I am. I'm trying not to look at that fact that I'm like one step closer to being 50 because I'm 49. So 50 seems a little scary, but I'm sure I know it's not. A lot of you that I know are done past that and everything, but yeah, it's a milestone anyway. And Jenny says, I'm reading The Missing Piece by Sharon Sala. I know that author. I know the name. I'm just not sure if I've read her, but I know the name. Nita says, you should try Ellie Alexander. I like it so far. Okay, that's good. And Kim says, I keep hitting myself in the face with my phone. Oh, no, that's not good. It sounds like you may need a nap. Hi, Roxy says happy birthday, Storm. And Kim says 59 in August. Eek. So we're like at a 10-year difference, right? I think. Yeah, around there. 59. So you're going to be hitting a good milestone too, like the next year as well. So. And Lily says, we are forever young. I just turned 45 last week. Oh, cool. Well, happy birthday to you too, because you just had a birthday. And hi, Lou says, happy birthday, Storm. Happy birthday. Thank you. So, what I am going to be working on, maybe, I have a couple. I may start out with audiobook, but I do need to work on Strange Recompense, which is one of my retro books, since it is currently in the middle of my retro romance seasons, the 2 weeks and everything. I should read some retro. I just finished a historical romance that wasn't retro, so I need to do these. The title is like very strange, but that doesn't sound like a romance at all. This one came from 1952, and so this is a reprint. It's a limited vintage edition from Harlequin Romance. So the original story is from 1952, even though this is like a 1980s like reprint. And so I'm really curious how this is going to go. So far, I'm 79 pages into it. It's 192 pages, and there is a lady in here who is really mean. She does not like the main character. I've noticed with a lot of these older ones like this that there's kind of like this love triangle, but not triangle, because usually there is another lady or another guy involved somehow, but like maybe the main, like say the main male character doesn't even give her like the time of day. He's all about like the main character, but this other character has been pining for that one for a long time, so she's like really mean or something. And so that's kind of like what's happening in this one. And then I do have Debbie Maycomer's book on here on Everand. It's the audiobook. It is this is a reprint. I don't know if you can see it, but it's called Heart Song by Debbie Maycomer, and this is her second book for her categories and everything. And so I might listen to that one so I can get one in. I haven't finished a retro yet, and I feel like I want to finish one. And if I listen to one on audio, then I might get one finished. So we'll see. And it says yes, and y'all are just pups. I know. And Sherry was 62 in September. Cool. And Hi Book Char says, happy birthday, Storm. I have to go to work. I just wanted to pop in. Well, thanks for popping in and saying hi. And I hope you have a good time at work. And, it's work, but at least you have a good time, and it's not horrible. And that is the last of my comments. And so what I have is I'm trying something that work. This is experiment since I'm like by myself. And ta-da! I have the little Pomodoro kitty, and so I'm going to just set it for a half an hour right now. We'll see how it goes. We may vote on like how long we want to go or something like that, but I figured a half an hour is pretty good for starting and just kind of getting myself going and seeing how this goes. And so the kitty cat does meow at the end, so hope nobody gets scared or anything by the kitty cat. But yeah, going to go ahead and start Resprint. Kim says, I need to do laundry. Going to doggies this weekend. Uh-oh. Well, at least you like the dog, so that's cool. But yeah, I hate laundry, so anyway, happy reading, and we'll be back in a half an hour. There it goes. It didn't want to like unmute me for a minute. So I'm like, come on. And so, how did everybody do during that sprint? I was reading on Heart Song, and I'm going to see if I can put it up here so you guys can see. I'm doing all kinds of experimentations here. There we go. And come on. Probably shouldn't experiment too much with my computer, but come here. Maybe. There we go. Ta-da! So this is the book that I'm currently listening to. I didn't realize that it was considered like a Christian fiction by Debbie Maycomer, but that's what it says here. But it was this copy here with the guitar is the audiobook, what the audiobook looks like. It's like the newer cover so that it doesn't look like this, which is like a category romance. And this category romance, I didn't know that Silhouette had inspiration. So this is a Silhouette inspiration. So I learned something new while I was looking this up, that book that I was reading. So I thought I would share that. And let's see what everybody else is doing. Let's see. Get that off of here. There we go. And so Kim, she loves the dogs. And I know you love the dogs, Kim. And I probably made that sound like you didn't like the dogs. It was more the laundry part than the dogs. And then Moody Reader says happy birthday, thanks. And same with Purple Rainheart, thanks. And hi Mitzi, happy birthday. And hi Emily, happy birthday. I didn't know you were sprinting today, so I'm late joining the party. I really had just started, so you weren't really that late. It was kind of more of an impromptu thing. I had mentioned it on Monday that I kind of wanted to because I wasn't going anywhere. And so didn't have anything better to do, so I might as well read with everybody else. And it says working on cleaning and reading a novel story. Cool. Hi Jillian, thanks. I'm Madeline. Hopefully I'm saying that right. It says hi y'all and happy birthday Storm, thanks. And reading with you all from Sweden. Oh wow, cool. Well, it's nice to meet you, and that is so cool. That's what I like about these lives. You get to meet people from all over. Hi, Esther. Said happy birthday. Thank you. And hi, Regina. And let's see. Purple Rainheart said, what series did Tiffany say that her and someone else was reading? And I think it was Monday Sprints. There is a series that I think they are going to start reading, but I don't think they're reading it currently. And I can't remember. Oh, what was it? I know it. I think it's something that I think they were going to start like August, maybe August or September. I know they were talking about doing a reading sprint, or not reading sprint, but like a read along. There was a couple people. Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, my memory is really bad. So, and hi, Darlene. Said happy birthday, Storm. It's nice to meet you. I don't think I've seen you on here before, so that's cool. And Esther says, I came in late, so what are you doing today for your birthday? This is pretty much it. Oh, hush, little kitty cat. I forgot that it keeps going. Yeah, since my birthday is kind of like in the middle of like money times, so I'm not really doing anything. I may do something like the weekend or after. I'm hoping to go thrifting, but it might not be until later in the month. So I didn't have anything to do, so this is what I'm doing. If my computer will cooperate. And hi, Mary Jo says just hopping on to say hi or happy birthday. So hi, thank you for stopping by and saying happy birthday. Oh, and she finished her book, 3 stars. Woohoo! Fake confetti. I'll be Tiffany and fake confetti. I don't have any. And Emily says join late, so now reading. Oh, that's kind of like a repeat. Oh well. And Lou says, I read a couple chapters in The Newcomer by Mary Kay Andrews. I know that's a popular author. I hope you're enjoying that. And Sherry says, got to page 36 on A Case of the Cautious Coquette. That's Perry Mason. That much I do know. I may even have that one. And then Regina says, I started reading Pleading the Fish by Bree Baker. Oh, is that the last one in that series? I think that's the last one. And I still need to finish. Was that the series they were talking about? Because I know they were saying how Tiffany hadn't read that series or something. It might be the Brie Baker series. I know they talked about that series. Now that I see Regina mentioning it, like maybe that's what it is. I can't remember. Hi, Julia says, just got this book today, A Cyclist's Guide to Crime and Croissants by Anne Claire. Well, that sounds interesting. I hope you enjoy it. I don't think I've heard of that one. And Anita got to 41% and now is going to walk the dog, and we'll be back. All right. Hope it's not too hot if you have to go walk the dog. Kim says, had a health coaching call during the sprint. Got incentive money for doing 6 over the year. Oh, well, that's cool. And Sherry says, isn't it the Brie Baker series? See, okay, so yeah, she was there. She probably knows that's what it was. Oh, she's new. I thought so. Oh, hi. And welcome. And says, yeah, there it is. Thanks. As soon as I saw Regina, it's like this like flash. It was like, oh, that was what it was. And so yeah, she said to Sherry, that sounds right. It was Live and Let Chai, which is the first. Yeah, that one. Yeah, it's the Seaside Cafe series. Yeah, that is the. Yeah, Live and Let Chai is the first book in the series, I believe, and then it's called the Seaside Cafe. Yeah, look at that! All the people bring it together. Because my memory sucks. I'm glad somebody else's is better. And Kim says she binged it a few years ago and loved it. Yeah, I've read, I believe, the first 4, and there's 7, I believe. So I need to get to 3 more. And so it is Perry Mason number 36. Wow, cool. And Esther says, well, I tried another Debbie May Comer book for retro romance and DNF'd it. I was going to read the one you were reading, but didn't. I should have. Well, I mean, I just started this one, so I don't know, but it's her second book ever like published, and I don't know, some of her retro ones are pretty kind of, I don't know, fluctuates up and down. Like I hated number 1, the first one she ever wrote. I gave it like 2 stars. I think I read that either earlier in the year for my February retro romance readathon, or I read it last year for Debbie December. I don't remember which, but I know I did not like it. I'm hoping this one's going to be a little bit better, but you know, it's those 80s Harley Quinn type and category romances, so they can be a little iffy. Esther, have you tried any of her newer stuff? Do you like her newer stuff and just don't like her older stuff? I was wondering. Because you can definitely tell she has come a long way with her writing. And Emily says, I've been working on a puzzle of book covers, and one of them is Perry Mason book. Oh, that's cool. Says, yes, this is the Seaside Cafe Mystery Series by Brie Baker, a.k.a. Julie and Lindsay. Yes, that is cool. So that is all my comments. So let me set up my little kitty cat and we can do. Is I can ask, is a half an hour good? Does everybody like a half an hour? Do they want to go like longer, or is half an hour good? Fix my little timer. And if a half an hour works for everybody else, I got a yes. That sounds good. I'm gonna take it. I got a yes. So I will see you in a half an hour. So, how'd everybody do? Try to figure out what I'm doing. Get rid of that thing. Here's taking up. It's hot here. Is it hot where y'all are? And so, let's see. I I have 2 hours and 6 minutes left. I don't know exactly how long that is, but that's at 2 times speed on audio that I have left on that. It's not a very long one, so I may be able to finish it today. Maybe. It's going pretty good. I know it says Christian fiction is Christian romance, but I do think there's a lot of like flirty talk and innuendos that might not be in most Christian fiction. So, I mean, it was a silhouette inspirational, so I mean, we'll take it as that. But I'm just gonna take it to mean that it's more along the lines of a sweet romance, maybe. We'll see. But so far, I like it just fine. It's definitely better than the first one by her. The Mel in that one was just horrible. He was so mean. I just didn't like him. It was like I can't get behind this love story because he's just not a nice person. This one, at least so far, has been a lot more decent. So. And so I get this Esther. I get this Esther said at she does like the Debbie May Comer's newer ones at 75. I do not need to read about a man looking at boobs on every page. I get that. That can be a lot with a lot of the older ones. But then sometimes I don't know. I think it's just fun because to see things that probably wouldn't get away with in books like now that they, was kind of commonplace back then. It's to me it's kind of fun. But I could definitely see that not being everybody's cup of tea. So remove my little banner here. And hopefully I didn't lose my spot. Oh no. There it is. Okay. And Sherry says, now I'm going to read the last book in the Italian Chef series by Catherine Burns. Cool. And let's see, dark. The writing is very tiny for me, and I'm having trouble with my eyeballs. So it says, I'm reading a book written by Chantel's daughter called Lone Wolf. It's on KU, and it's really cute. That is Chantel reads all day. Okay, yeah, I have watched her channel before, and so I didn't know her daughter had wrote a book. That's cool. Are you liking it? Lone Wolf makes it sound like I don't know, fantasy or paranormal or what, but I mean, it could definitely be something else. Um, Maybe you could let me know what her daughter's name is. I could look it up because I didn't know about that one. And Esther says, by the way, it was a Navy wife. Okay, I remember you were trying the Navy wife one, so yeah. I haven't read that one yet. I'm taking her category romances. Like, I think I'm just going to go from like the first one and just kind of go down and see how we how we fare. See, I don't know, progression of her writing, I guess, to see. I have a lot of her categories in like the essential line, which is the reprinted versions of them. I'm hoping that I will at least be able to get them, since I think they did a lot of reprinting of them. Because like that one I showed you where it had like the guitar on it, that was from 2018. And she gets a lot of reprints, so I'm sure I can find all of her books probably in some form somewhere, whether it's ebook or audiobook. And we'll just go down the line and see how it progresses and see how her writing has moved into like Cedar Cove and all those things and stuff. So I think it'd be kind of interesting. And then because I don't know what to talk about, I gave y'all a question. And so I was wanting to know what your best book that you've read so far in July. I mean, I know it's only the 11th, and I know not everybody's a fast reader, but I do know that we do have quite a few fast readers. So I figured somebody might have a good book that they have read so far. And see, Sherry already has one. Says my favorite book so far is The Gunkle Abroad by Stephen Raleigh. Will definitely be in my top 5 of the year. So there you go. I know a lot of people like the Gunkle, and so there was that. Is that the second book? I'm guessing sequel maybe. And Amy says, "Hello everyone. Sorry I'm late. I had to go grocery shopping and run some errands. I hope you got some good food and didn't spend all your money because I know every time we go to the grocery store, that's what it seems like. We spend all our money." Still reading When the Moon Hatched by Sarah A. Parker. Esther says, I will try Homecoming, but a book came into Libby I've waited a while for, so I still have time for Homecoming. Yes, you do. And I will let you know what I think about it afterwards, and then you can, make up your mind whether you actually want to try it or not. So Anita says, I think the book I'm reading now, The Body in the Bookstore, is the best book that I read for July so far. Oh, that's good. I will have to try. Maybe I may not get to it in July, even though I grabbed it from Hoopla. 'Cause I haven't got to very many of my retros, and I have to read my retro books, most of them with my eyeballs. That's the only bad thing about retro reading. Um, so maybe I did finish one of my big book summer books. Is anybody else doing big book summer? It doesn't look like a big book. It's 444 pages, and I thought it was going to take forever. And I like this author's first book, which was Above Suspicion. I really like this one. I think I gave it like 5 stars. I really, really like this one. It was my first introduction to her and her spy books. But this one, I think, was either the war hadn't happened yet or it was just starting, and so it wasn't very war. Where this one was definitely more like war and World War II and a lot of stuff going on. And it just had way more of that than I really care for in it. And it kind of drug on and on. And when we got towards the end, I was like, can we just end this thing? I think it should have ended like about 50 pages. It could have been 50 pages shorter because it's 444 pages. But one down for big book summer. So at least I've gotten one and everything. I didn't have that author's second book. I haven't found that one yet. It's called Assignment in Brittany, but my next book by that author will be Horizons. So I'll try another spy book and see how it goes. And if I like this one, then I need a better copy because this one is definitely has water stains. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. Water stains. But take what you can get at the moment. And it was only 50 cents. So, and thank you, Amy, for the happy birthday wish. And Esther says, I read Miss Morgan's book, Brigade by. I read Miss Morgan's book Brigade by Janet Skillian Charles. Whew. There we go. That one was getting my tongue there. And so, is that the one that you've liked so far that you've read? And Kim says The Spook in the Stacks by Eva Gates so far this month. I like that series. It's one of my favorite series. Lighthouse Library series. And then Lou said, I have to get off, but I hope you have a great rest of your days. Bye, all. Thank you for showing up, Lou, and hanging out for a little while with me. And then Kevin said, happy birthday. Well, thank you. And hi, Lee. Stopping by quick on my lunch to say hi and happy birthday. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. And Madeline said, I started The Spell Shop by Sarah Beth Durst, and is such a cute read. I highly recommend it, similar to Legends and Lattes. Oh, well, there's a lot of Legend and Latte fans out there, so if you are one of them, pick that one up. And Emily says, I only read 2 books so far. Everyone in my family has killed someone, and Pride and Premeditations. I haven't got to Everyone in my family has killed someone, but I do want to read that one. And I did read Pride and Premeditations, which I did like. I just didn't care for the rest of the series. That one I could handle, like the way they redone it, but the other ones not so much. It's my own like thing. I just like it. And she says, to be fair, the amount I've read in Oathbringer would also count as a novel. Yes, that one, that's like a huge chunk. It's a chunky one. I would say my favorite book that I've read so far, which is not many. I mean, I say it's not many, but I've only read 4 books so far, I think. I think it's 4 books. And I would say the one that I just finished, the historical mystery, is Murder in Postscript by Mary Winters. I believe it's the second book in the um, uh, letters, ladies and letters. I want to say. I'm not sure. It's the latest one in that. I thought it was a pretty good historical mystery. Like I like the first one and I like the second one. I've been having a little bit of a problem with my historical mysteries second book in the series lately. So I'm glad I like that one. Hi Anita says I'm back and got 48% into Body in the Bookstore. And Sherry read 32 pages. And Julie says, I've been busy most of July until today, but the end of June I read Finlay Donovan is Killing It, and it was great fun to read. That's cool. I've heard a lot of mixed things about Finlay Donovan, but I know a lot of people that really enjoy that one. So that's cool. And Amy says, I got 10 pages read. I'm at 51%. Hi, Alicia from Birdie and the Books. So happy birthday. Thank you. And it's finished cleaning and decluttering on bookcase, working on updating my reading tracker. Yeah, I was a little behind on my spreadsheet. I had to write down like really quickly at least the books that I've read so far so that I don't forget what I've read. Because I only had 1 book on there and I'm like, I know I've read more than 1 book. And then I almost forgot that I had read this one until I like seen it and I was like, oh, I need to put that on there. Yeah. And Amy says the high here, it's 99 degrees. So yeah, it's hot here today. Oh. No, I don't even know what it is. I just know that over in my little corner here, I got my fan going and I'm sweating. Although I do, when I get nervous, I sweat. So I know part of it's that because I may not look nervous, but I'm very nervous about doing this all by myself without having somebody to talk to, like face to face. It's like I know people are watching and I know that people are commenting and everything, but I don't have anybody to like bounce off or whatever. And it's my first time, and so yeah, I'm like a little nervous. So it's not too bad here. It could be worse. It's 89, but feels like 94. But it does look like we have like maybe a storm chance tonight. Looks like maybe. So, and Nita says it's 84 here in New Jersey. So that's not too bad. I mean, could be cooler, but it's not too bad. And Sherry the Book Gnome says, went to read on the patio with the dogs and fell asleep. Luckily, they let themselves back in the house. Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah. It seems like everybody, I think, right now needs a nap. I think that's the consensus. We need naps. And Emily says, so fun fact, I've read 66 books so far this year and for 25,572 pages. That's a lot of pages. You've read quite a few big books. Out of that 66 books, how many of them have been like 500 pages or more? Because I know you've read a lot of big books. So I mean, to have read 66 already, that's pretty good. Because like I've read, I think I've read 100 over. I know I've read over 100, and most of those I will say are audiobooks. So I do read more because I read audiobooks and everything. But let's see. Currently, I'm at 113. Yeah, and mine are mostly short books. So there's a lot of those are middle grade and things like that. And uh, my long books are like 400, never bigger than 500 usually. Not that I won't read them, but I'm just saying on average, I think I read more books that are under 400 than over. And Alicia says, I've only finished one book this month. That's okay. And hi, Rosie says, happy birthday, Storm. And Amy says, my favorite book so far this month is Thunderhead by Preston Child. 5-star read for me. Yeah. I need to get back into, I don't know. I'm really still contemplating whether I want to like start over so that I can incorporate like the Nora books as I go, since I'm only up to like number 6 in the Pendergast series. So I could start over, which like I absolutely loved like Relic and everything. I know you didn't, Amy, but I really loved it because it was more like a horror book. It was like really action packed. I liked it and everything, and like try to incorporate Nora in as I go. I'm not sure. It may be a reading project for next year. And Emily says, when I finish Oathbringer, I'll have participated in Big Book Summer. Yes, I mean, 1,233 pages should count for 2 people. Yeah. Yeah, because like the books only had to be over 400 pages. So, Ellen Sherry Gnome says, I read the assignment in Brittany. It took me a while to get through it, but I think I liked it. Yeah, and I didn't think that that one was like a bad book. I think I give 3 stars, and I'll probably do a review on it because I usually do like a separate one for my um, older books. I kind of like doing that and everything. And I liked it. It was just really long, and that was my first kind of foray into a spy book that was very much in the middle of like the war thing. And I'm not a huge World War II person, and I think most of her books are set during that time period. So I better get, by the time I get done with her books, I'll either really, really hate World War II books or I might like them a little bit better. I don't know. I can get Assignment in Brittany on audio, and so I've been thinking about doing that so that I can stay kind of sort of going down the line of reading her books, because that's was my initial thought, but then I didn't have it, so I skipped it. And then I realized that Hoopla had it on audio, and I could have just done that. It says, my eye crossed at the size of that print. Yeah, even this one's got, this one's 442 pages or 444 pages and had very small print. So it was like 20 something hours, I believe, on audio. And yeah, this one's got really tiny print too. Yeah. Which is why for the most part I've been listening to her books on audio. If I do have to read it, it takes me, I have to like sit it back like way back here, and I have to have good lighting because my eyes, they just don't read small print much anymore. Which, my retro that I'm reading is not any better. Oh look, a Harlequin commercial. There we go. Yeah, and I have to read this one with my eyeballs, which is why I'm not very far into it. Which is why, realistically, I know I'm not going to get very many of my retro books read this month, but I'm going to try. Says, yes, I loved that book, World War One for a Change. Ah. So Rosie says, my favorite book I read this month was The Magic of Sea Glass by Jeannie Hill. I have not heard of that one, but it sounds like it could be interesting. And then Esther says, I just read the children's book Junia the Book Mule of Troublesome Creek, book by Kim Michelle Richardson. Well, that sounds like that could be fun. I like my children's books. And it says it's about a mule in the book Woman of it's about the mule in the book Woman of Troublesome Creek. So is the book Woman of Troublesome Creek a series, and then they have a kids book about the mule? I was curious. Don't be nervous. You're doing great. I know, but it's just me. I'm a very shy person. You might not think it whenever I'm there with all the other gals and everything, but I'm a very, very, very introverted, shy person. I don't like being in crowds of people. I get very anxious. Even like going shopping at Walmart when there's a lot of people, I can't handle it. I'll tell my dad, I'm like, okay, we've got enough groceries. We've got to go now. I can't do it. It's like I like going early in the morning when there's not quite as many people. 'Cause, yeah, I get very aggravated, especially and frustrated when there's people in my way and I can't get where I want to go. And if it's really busy, yeah, it's not good. Very shy. And Alicia said, if you would like company, I can pop in if you feel comfortable, of course. Well, sure. I don't know how to get the thingy to you. Are you on Discord, like Killing Time with Cozy Discord, or anything like that, or what have you? I don't know how to. Not in this, but like in some of my other videos, I do have my email. You could like pop me an email and then I could send it back to you. But yeah, I don't know exactly how to get the link to you. I do have somebody maybe popping on in a little bit if she can. We'll see. But it says, breathe, you're doing great. It's 72 after 97, so that must feel a lot better after 97. And tornado warnings all day yesterday. I don't like tornado warnings. Yuck. So I'm at, wow, 229 for the year. Sherry is a reading machine. She does a lot of audiobook too, but she reads a lot of physical books as well. She's a reading machine. And you've got like all summer, so like by the end of summer, you'll be like close to 300 probably. 13 or over 500 pages. Yeah. See. Wow. And still, the fact that you read 66 and you have 13 that's over 500. Yeah, 229. What? She's a reading machine. And Amy says, I could try Relic again. I just couldn't get into it. Maybe after I read Still Life with Crows and a few more after that, I might go back and try Relic again. Yeah, I really do think that Relic and, is it Reliquary? Because they're like connected, the first two. They were really more like on the like horror kind of fast-paced action. There's some kind of creature type things where a lot of the other books aren't quite like that, which for me, even though I like the series, I was kind of let down that they all weren't like that. Though they all do have some kind of like supernatural feel to them, but yeah. And says, I think I just need to get a feel for Pendergast series first, as I so love the Nora Kelly series. Yeah. Hi Kim, happy birthday. And Anita says, I agree, you're doing great. You're on Sarah's Discord. Okay. Well, we can make it happen. I'm on Sarah's Discord too. And so it's a happy birthday. Thank you, Sharon. And Esther Jane says a bookwoman is about pack, the pack woman of Kentucky. There is the first book, and the second is the daughter of Troublesome Creek, and now oh, well, that's cool. And they deliver. Well, that's cool. Just sent me an email. Awesome. So I will go to like another reading sprint. I have a couple here, and then I will see if we can get you on here for the next go round so that I'm not stuttering so much. Just be yourself. We like you. We really like you. I know, but I am like really I'm sweaty. I'm shiny, you can tell. Hmm. Based on real pack women library. Oh, well, that's cool. And Mora's, hi Stormy, happy birthday, thank you. I'm so glad I caught a bit of your live. I will be rewatching from the beginning this evening. Yep. We're still going. I don't know how long we're going, but we're still going. And I think I think I'll do another half an hour. And let me set my little guy up here. There he is. And we will read for a half an hour and then come back and maybe we'll have a guest. So happy reading. So how'd everybody do? And hello, Lisa.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, StreamYard likes to mess with my audio, so it's always like a gamble if someone can hear me or not.
I don't know. I feel like StreamYard's been kind of wonky lately too.
It's randomly been kicking me out of my own like live streams. It'll keep everybody else there, but kicks me out.
Well, on Monday, like I was having a hard time
Mhm.
with getting my comments to come up and
Yeah,
everything when I click on them, and then it like I disappeared and something went wrong and everything, and I'm like, well, shoot. I'm like trying to
I
get
think
back
it's
on
just
there and like,
StreamYard because everybody I know is having problems. Everyone.
yeah. So that's why I was like, I think it's just kind of been wonky lately. What are you
Happy
reading?
birthday!
Well, thank you. What are you reading?
I am reading. It's a nonfiction. What Matters in Jane Austen. I'm participating this year in Jane Austen July, so I'm reading a nonfiction, and it's really interesting so far.
Yeah, I think I'm going to read Northanger Abbey for Jane Austen July.
That's one of my favorites.
Is it?
Yeah,
See, like I can't remember.
it's
I've
so
either
opposite of everything else she's written. That's why I love it.
it's either it's been so long ago I can't remember that I read it. I mean, I kind of know like it's a little bit more gothicy, I think,
Yeah,
than her other ones.
it's very over dramatic.
Yeah, it's like I can't remember if I read it or if I've just not read it and I thought I've read it. So I thought, well, I should go ahead and
Yeah,
give it
I'm
a
also
try.
reading Sense and Sensibility for Jane Austen July.
Yeah, that's not my favorite. So that's what they were
It's not
reading
my
this
favorite
week.
either. I
So
prefer the adaptations. Like the
yeah,
adaptations are fantastic.
yeah, I do too. I like the adaptations, which is weird because that doesn't always happen with books. But yeah, I like the adaptations a little bit
I
better.
always, for some reason, love Jane Austen adaptations because they seem to be done right. Not including the most recent one because
I was gonna say not
that
the.
one's yeah, that one was bad.
I've not
I was like,
even
no,
tried the new Persuasion or whatever it is. I'm like, no, no,
no, it was awful, and they made her a drunk, and I'm like, man,
yeah,
Elliot is not a drunk. Stop it.
yeah. I just seen the commercials to see Persuasion's my favorite,
Yeah, that's my favorite of all time. My favorite
and
book of all
so I was like, I'm not even going to watch that. I'm just going to
time.
keep the
My
older one.
friend Evie has on her channel because she has a booktube channel as well. Her drunk reacting to how bad Persuasion was. And it's like an hour long, and I normally don't tell people to watch the really long content. It's worth it. It's hysterical. That one made me so angry.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm not even attempting
Persuasion
maybe.
needs a good adaptation. I feel like, I mean, I love the '95 one.
Yeah, that's
Um,
my favorite.
with Cullen Haynes, I think his name is.
Here
I
on
love that
time.
one because that's the one I grew up with. But like, it needs a good. Everything else has two adaptations. Why doesn't
Well,
that?
it has one from like 2008, I think.
Yeah, that one wasn't my favorite, which shocked me because I'm a huge Billy Piper fan. I love her. And I was
Yeah,
just
which
like,
I
but
thought
she's not.
it was okay, but I mean that's been a long time since it's had a really good adaptation.
Yeah,
2008 compared to the other ones is like a longer time.
where they constantly put new ones out. I'm like, but someone needs to properly do Persuasion, please, please.
Yeah, with not that what they did. I just
No.
pretend like that one
The
doesn't.
whole talking to the I could get behind like the talking to the camera bit, but changing her whole personality, I'm like, that's not Anne Elliot. She's not
Yeah,
snarky. She's not like quippy.
she's
She's
very shy and quiet, kind of.
yeah, like that's okay.
But yeah.
Just make it make sense to the character. That's what bugs me.
So have you read anything good this month? I've talked was asking
This
everybody else.
month, I am I don't know if anybody else has read them, but I've been reading the villains adaptations from Serena Valentino. They're done by Disney Books.
Oh yeah, I think
Um, and it's been interesting. I like the way she messes with the original. Like she still keeps the original, but like she gives the villains a backstory, which is interesting.
there's so many that they're doing now. I'm not quite sure which
There's
ones
too many.
but are they the romance ones or are they the
No,
medical
they're just
ones or the
I think they're technically YA.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
They're these really short. They're like 5 hours on audio, and they're done. If people like audio, they're done fantastic well by different actors and such.
Okay.
But the newest one is coming out at the end of the month, so I was trying to catch up because I was behind. I only have one book left.
Okay.
But that was the only book I finished this month. But so far, I'm at 48 books for the year.
Well, it's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say even 2 or 3 books is more than a lot of people read.
Yeah. That's one thing I keep on reminding myself is because BookTube can give you like a warped sense of like what's a good amount to read and what's not a good amount to read.
And I think that's why some like booktubers get like overwhelmed because they see all these other ones reading like like, oh my goodness, if I'm gonna be a booktuber, I have to read like hundreds and hundreds of books or whatever. And
I mean, I fell into that trap when I first started.
Yeah,
absolutely. Hence why last year I read 106 books, and I hated most of them.
Yeah, it's easy to fall into that trap, I think, for a lot. That's why I'm like, I know some, they only read like 50 books a year, and they still do like...
My Goodreads goal is 52. I wanted to like purposely pick up books that I thought, even if I don't like them, like that I think I would like. Not just because they're popular and because people will watch. Kind of thing.
I read a lot of books I don't think anybody else like reads. So.
That's why I like your channel when Sarah introduced me to your channel, because I've known Sarah for years, but even before I started the channel.
I watched you like interview her one time, I think.
Yeah, I love talking to Sarah. We're hoping, fingers crossed, to possibly do one at the end of the year. Fingers crossed.
Cool.
Like one about all the Christmas books. For Harlequin.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Yeah. But with everything going on with her and myself, we're kind of just playing it by ear.
Yeah.
No pressure.
Yeah. That's kind of how you got to do it right now. It's like, what's going to happen. But Sharon said that her favorite book for July so far is The Beloved, is number 22 in the Black Dagger Brotherhood series.
I want to start that one, but I'm intimidated because it's so long.
Yeah, that's one of them that I thought about, but I haven't done because it's gotten way. There's like a bunch.
I have book 1 on my Kindle. It was on one of those it was like 99 cents one day. It was like those dollar deals or whatever that they have all the time.
Amy says, "I love the Cabinets of Curiosity by Prendergast and Child. I like the murder mystery part of my books rather than the straight up horror." But see, I think that Relic is like horror, but I also still think there was a mystery. I mean, there was a detective. Yeah. He was trying to figure out what was killing all these people. I just happened to be not quite human person doing all the bad stuff.
A friend of mine just recommended Paul Tremblay to me. Yeah. He's a horror author, and he's like, "You've never read Paul Tremblay?" I'm like, "No." He goes, I think it just got delivered. He sent me like 4 or 5 of his books. He's like, "Here, read them." I'm like, okay. And he sent me the really cool like UK copies too. I was like, all right, cool.
I don't remember. I don't remember if I tried one. I'm really picky with my horror too. So
I am too. I feel you.
Hey, Cajun said happy birthday, and hi Anne said happy birthday. Cajun just got off work. So I'm glad she could join. We'll pick up reading Rest in Peach, the Georgia Peach Mystery number 2.
Who writes that? Because I need to read it just from the title.
It's Susan Furlong. It's our Killing Time with Cozy's read along right now. There's only 3 books in the series, so it only got 3 books.
Easy to pick up. Because I've been trying to I've fallen off of my cozy reading. And I miss it, and I've been trying to find good cozy mysteries. And there's a couple that I've DNF'd that I just didn't like.
I liked the first one of that one because we read that one last month. The first one.
I'll definitely see if I can pick it up from my library.
I definitely like it. Have like 3 books because we did a 12-book series last time, and I
Oh no!
I was having a hard time because I didn't really care for it, and I fell off at number 10. I was like, I can't do no more. I can't do no more.
I'm really good
in smaller series.
Yeah, I'm really good friends with Julianne Lindsay, and she always tells me, she's like, 7 is as far as you should go in a cozy mystery series if you want to go that long. Like, she's like these 10, 20, 30 plus book series.
So that's why, like, her Brie Baker one only got like 7, I guess.
Yeah. I wish it would go longer, but that's just me because I love her writing.
I don't mind longer series, but when you're reading them back to back, because I'm not a binger.
They kind of get repetitive.
Yeah, and
if they get,
and I was not liking the characters very well, and so reading them back to back and not letting myself have some time in between, or whatever it is, like that was one of my problems with it.
That was me with a Tennessee. It was a, what was it called? The Moonshine Shack series. I forget who wrote it. Hi. I forget who wrote it, but it was based not far where I live now, so I picked it up because you never see Tennessee-based cozies, and it was okay. This is one big pet peeve I have with a lot of books. I hate when you're told how much a character is smart, but they do really dumb stuff. I'm like, it's really dumb, but it bothers me. And this girl was supposed to like a PhD, and yet she was doing really dumb stuff, and I just didn't care. And it was book 1. I'm just like, I'm DNFing this because I can't.
Too stupid to live. The characters.
Yes, I hate it.
You're
supposed to care.
It's like, you're stupid. Don't do that.
And it's like common sense. Like, I know everyone's not like as smart as all these books are saying, but like, it's just the common sense stuff. I'm like, go somewhere by yourself with a broken bottle just to defend yourself. That's smart. Okay. I can't.
So Amy said she didn't get any reading done that sprint because her husband had her watching videos telling him, Shamey, she's supposed to be reading.
That's my boyfriend all the time. I feel you. Or he calls me on his way home from work, and I'm like, I'm in the middle of doing stuff. I love you, but I'll talk when you get home.
I was like, it's nice to see that. Nice that you're coming home now. We can talk when we get home because I got to read now.
Yes. I'm like, go away.
So you read 33 pages?
Nice.
I've been reading Death by Baguette, number 2 in The Travels Can Be Murder. I read most of this sprint and got to 84%. Wow.
Nice.
You just started that series too. Like,
I've been reading a lot slower too.
She was reading the other one on another sprint that we were doing, I swear.
Oh, geez. You teach me your ways how to read faster. Because
Esther had early dinner of yogurt and fruit. That sounds good. Gonna make me hungry.
That sounds like a perfect dinner because it's literally hotter than the surface of the sun right now.
Yeah, that's like a lot of people are like eating sandwiches and
salads. Like, I've been eating a lot of salads because I don't want to turn my oven on.
Yeah.
I love to cook, but during the summer I hate cooking because it gets really hot in my apartment. And plus it's 95 degrees outside, so like.
Yeah, that doesn't help either. And like my little corner over here is like super hot. But it's like if I go over there, the air conditioner is super loud. And
that's my problem. That's why I'm all the way over here because my air conditioner is on that wall.
Yeah, so it's like all the cool air is over there.
And it's an older apartment, so like it's very noticeable.
And Cajun asked Maura if she's read the Maddie Hunter Passport to Peril series. Has the same core group traveling together, and they get into all kinds of hijinks. It's cute. Oh, cool. And here we go. The Netflix Persuasion is trash. There is also Mansfield Park that came out in the early 2000s that I didn't like either.
I liked the 99 Mansfield Park. It's not perfect. It's not exactly like the book, but it was fun.
I think I prefer all the earlier ones. I don't know what they're thinking when
the 90s ones were top tier.
Yeah, they were better. And Regina said to Sharon, Passionflix has optioned the Black Dagger Brotherhood series.
I did hear that.
And are currently casting for the first book. Oh, I didn't know.
Ooh, I wonder if they're going to change some stuff because there's some stuff that goes on in that first book that's not okay by today's standards. Not okay at all.
I think that's like one of the reasons I like to read like the retro ones because I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
somebody might be triggered by this, so I like to
Yeah.
read.
I love the old like I have a bunch of the old stains pages of the Harlequin ones where they're red from the
Mm-hmm.
60s. They're my
Yeah.
favorite. I love them. They need to go back to like the painted covers because I miss that. Yep, those. I really miss the old school
That's
covers.
the one I'm reading right now.
I love the cover so much. It kind of looks like a grown up Nancy Drew.
And it's an amnesia one, so she got an accident.
Oh, one of those.
And Emily said PBS did adaptations of Sense and Sensibility and Persuasion, and I thought it was good. Yeah, PBS usually does fairly decent.
Yeah, because they have connections with BBC, so BBC seems to do the adaptations correctly.
And Amy's read 60 books so far this year. And she's like, that's awesome. I hope they do it well. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like you get kind of
you're like, yay, but I hope it doesn't suck.
Yeah, you get excited because somebody's like going to be doing your show, and then it's like
like I know you love to read middle grade as well. I was nervous when I heard that they were doing another Percy Jackson retelling because
yeah,
even though they came out when I was older, I love those books. But the adaptation's great. Like they actually, you can tell Rick Riordan is involved. I was like, yes, thank you. They don't make it look dumb and stupid. Because the movies were bad from the early 2000s.
Yeah, I liked the movies fine and everything, but I do think that I wasn't sure. It took me a minute or two before I decided whether I was going to try the new Percy Jackson or not. But I liked this show.
And it weirds me out though. The kid that they have playing Percy Jackson looks like my nephew. Like at that, he's grown now, but like at that age, at like 13, that's exactly what my nephew looked like, and it was given like I'm like, this looks like my nephew. Stop it! Like it looks the curly hair and everything. I'm like, oh my god, this is weird.
And Sarah Beth says 11 was the most I've ever read in a year since I started reading books in 2015 for fun, and that's cool.
Yeah. Hey,
that's
any reading counts.
One a month, and that's like way more than other people read.
The only reason I get through as many as I get through is I also read a lot of middle grade because I have younger siblings that like I pre-read for. Like if I want to get them a book, I read it before they.
Before you give it to them to make sure it's okay.
Because it's hard because they're 9, 7, 4, and gonna be like they're at that weird age where it's like the middle grade age is so wide. The middle grade age is like 12 to 17, and that's just a lot.
Yeah, and
I don't know if you've seen that. I'm like, I feel like a lot of middle grades written for adults now, and I'm like, no. What happened to these 90 to 100 page like books that I used to read as a
kid? They are because like one of my favorite horror ones is The Whispering Pines, but even I think it's too scary for middle graders.
Right, and so like I think they're gonna like it when they're 14, but not now.
Yeah, like I wouldn't give it to an 8-year-old and say read this, but if they were 12, I would probably say, well, you might be okay. But then like you also need to know. I always tell people you might know your own kids like spook factor because some kids get like scared if they see an ant on the floor, and then then the other one will stomp on it and be okay. So
but it's always like there's such a wide reading level between what's considered middle grade. Like the books that the bookstore tells me is okay for my younger brother, like I know he won't have the attention span for, and I'm not saying this in a bad way because I love the books, but like Amari and the Night Brothers. It's a 500-page book. My little brother's not going to sit there.
Well, I was going to say
500 pages.
Me and my friend Sherry, we started it, but we never finished it. We DNF'd it, but the Keeper of the Lost City,
the big chunky ones that are like 900 pages. Yeah, I bought the first one thinking, oh, he'll love it because it's all wizards and stuff. It's 900 pages. That's not happening.
Yeah, and I thought it was really repetitive, and we made it to like I think half of book 4, and we both bailed on it. So
I have book 1. I've only got book 1.
I really loved book 1. I gave it like 5 stars, and then it went downhill. It was like 5 stars, then there was like 3 stars and then 2 stars and then DNF.
I mean that like I understand because we grow with our books, but like a good book doesn't have to be 500 plus pages, especially if it's targeted to kids.
Yeah. And to let everybody know at like, well, it'll be 4 o'clock my time. I don't know where it is anybody else's time, but I'm going to do a reading sprint so that I can go and get something to eat. So,
Are you Central Time?
yeah.
Okay. So it'll be 5 my time. Okay.
Yeah,
I was just doing the mental.
3:54. It's 3:53 here. So.
Okay. Yeah. We are only an hour apart because I'm East Coast.
And Morris to Cajun thanks that she hasn't so much for the reference or recommendations. I'm addicted to watching YouTube. So, me too. I think everybody.
It's bad. Like that's all I watch anymore.
Which surprises me sometimes when I read a whole bunch of books because, like, I'm like, but I watch so much YouTube. How did I read all it? It's audio.
It's trash for reading because I have like family visiting from out of town. So I'm like, I haven't read much this week.
Emily said I read over 100 books last year, and this year my goal was to set for less because I plan on reading more chunky books. Yeah.
Same. I'm about to start the Stormlight Archive, and I'm scared. And I know you've read up to Oathbringer, and that's the chunky. I'm so scared.
Yeah, that's why I can't do fantasy. I think is because they're just too big. But then I say I can't do fantasy, but then I have retro books that are like super thick.
Your recommendations really do help when I'm trying to find books from my younger siblings, though. I gave my little brother Spy School.
I love that. Yes.
He's flying through them. Like, he called me on my dad's phone. He's like, when's the next one coming out? I was like, I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Yeah, I think there's a new one coming out in September. I think.
Awesome.
Emily's, wait, I think I read that one. Yeah. And Regina said to Sharon, Passion Flicks always works alongside the author of the books. I don't read romances, but fans of the movie say that Passion Flicks is very true to the books. Well, that's cool.
I've never watched a Passion Flick.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've never watched Passion. I think, isn't it like a streaming service that you have to buy? Or something?
It's kind of like Netflix, but for romance.
Yeah, so
movies and shows.
I've not tried that one. Hey, Hermione says, hi, everyone. Currently reading After the Fall by Gianna Darling. I don't know, I'm probably saying that wrong. Book 4 in the Fallen Men series on Kate. Where is Tiffany? Because you guys have been talking about that one. I remember now. I remember now. That's the romances that I don't read. And Regina says, I enjoy the movies and they take great pains to cast the right people, which is good because sometimes you're like, why did they cast this person?
Yeah.
And Esther said, I love them all. And Amy says, I love the Black Dagger Brotherhood by J.R. Ward myself, but I'm a few behind. The last one I read was The Shadow in the series. I think it was number 17 or so. Great paranormal romance series.
You should talk to my friend Nicole from Who Picked This Book. She loves the series. She does recaps of each book if you want a little recap before you read the next one.
Oh, that's cool. Cajun says it was one of your chunky ones equals several books from some of us.
Basically.
Yes, pretty much.
I'm in the middle of a 1,000-page book right now, so yeah.
If you're a cozy reader, you could probably read 3 books.
Easily.
Even maybe 4 books to equal one of those Brandon Sanderson books.
Yeah, when the first one I think is 1,100 pages, I have like all 4 of them in paperback.
Cajun says, I love long series. Meg Langslow is a good example. They just get better. Yeah, I like long series if I'm caught up.
Yeah.
I think
it gets overwhelming when you're like on book 5 and they're releasing book 15. And you're just like, oh my goodness.
Meg Langslow is a good one because I've read the first one and I haven't read any more. And I'm like, do I really want to read this really long series because I've only read one? And the same is the Inspector Jeffries, is that it? Or Mrs. What is it?
Is that Cozy Mystery?
Yeah, but it's an older one.
Okay.
Mrs. Jeffries, is that it? I think that's Mrs. Jeffries.
Ooh, I'll have to
Anyway, it's
look
about
it up.
it's about an inspector and his maid helps him solve things, but he doesn't really realize that she's helping because she kind of pushes him along to like solve
Okay.
things or
So she's
whatever.
like the one steamrolling the whole thing, but
Yeah,
it doesn't
like
look.
and stuff. Yeah, he looks good because her and the staff like help along, and it's pretty funny. But there's like 42 or 43 books in that series, and I
Which
read two so far, and I'm like, why did I start this really long series?
one?
But I like them, so I'll continue.
There's one that has, I think, 9 out that I want to read. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
And Sharon says, Storm, did you see Tiffany call you out in a video announcing the new Booktown book? I didn't. Now I'm going to have to go and watch that
Did
so
she
I
call you
can get
out?
on to her because that was the one I read the first book and I didn't like it, so I haven't read any more. It's teased me
Okay.
about it being one of my favorite series when I.
Oh.
It's kind
Yeah.
of the same with what is the other one? The one with the bookbinder.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about, but I can't think of it.
Kate Carlisle.
Mm-hmm.
You can see I liked it so much I can remember what it is.
Yeah.
I know the first one is like homicide and hardback or hardback.
The titles are cute.
Yeah, and the covers are pretty, but
Yeah.
I wasn't a fan. Well, because it's older, and there was the F word in there, and I wasn't expecting it, and it was in there several times. It was like, whoa, this is not cozy. Now, some people are like, I don't remember that, but I'm like, well, they might have revamped them since then and changed and took some out.
They do that with Agatha Christie.
Yeah, because it's a series that's still going, and it was started when cozies weren't really cozy.
Right.
And so that's why I'm like, I need to just get to the second one and just, I think I'll like it once I get going.
Yeah,
now
I
not surprised
one
anymore.
by Agatha Christie because it has a really derogatory term against Italian people. And I come from a big Italian family, so like,
yeah,
that's a no-no. And I was just like, and if it was once, I could forgive it, but like it was every other page, and I was just like, I'm done.
Diane Kelly writes the Moonshine Shack series.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I couldn't get past it because she was being so dumb. I was just
I know a lot of people like Diane Kelly, and that's cool. But
I want to try a different series by her.
I read the first one and like the House Flipper one, and I DNF'd it.
Okay, so it's not just me. That makes me feel better. Yeah, I have some very polarizing opinions on books from what I've been told.
And Emily says, this is true Cajun, but I do try to intersperse chunky and normal sized books, but I don't think I'm going to be able to finish 52 book club challenge on time.
Yeah.
And as I started it last weekend, they are actually pretty short reads, actually. Okay. Because he's the one that's
okay, that makes me feel better. It's not like an 800-page book that you finish in a week.
No. Okay, so I'm going to set the timer for 45 minutes if that's okay with everybody. Because I need to go fix Dad something to eat and everything. And I told him we were going to have something like super quick. Having grilled cheese sandwiches, and he's having a baked potato, and I'm having fries.
Hey, whatever works where you don't have to be in front of the stove for that long.
Yeah, so let's see. I'll get the little kitty back up here so that it tells me what time I need to come back. 45 minutes, everybody. So happy reading.
Happy reading. How was dinner?
Good, but it took longer than I thought. I'm making like a quick dinner.
Hmm.
I was like, I still got I had added some carrots, and I still got my carrots. I was like, I don't have time to do everything. 45 minutes wasn't enough. I thought it would be enough, but it wasn't enough. Also had to feed my little dog too while I was down
That's important too.
there. Everybody got to eat.
I ate during that sprint too. So
What did you have?
I had homemade mac and cheese leftovers.
Oh, yummy! I like homemade mac and
Yeah. I stole it from my mom's house because my mom made a bunch. So I was like, "You're not gonna need this, and I'm gonna take.
Yeah, you don't need all that. It's bad for you.
I'm gonna take it." It's the same recipe I use, so it's not really stealing.
You were just saving her some carbs.
Yes.
And let's see.
But I got 45 pages in that spread, which is surprising.
Oh, that was good. I have an hour and 5 minutes left of the Debbie May Comer book.
Yay!
We've hit the bump in the road. Now we got to solve the bump in the road. And
I have a bunch of I don't know the name of the series, but you showed them in your book haul. It's the little town. It starts with a B.
The Blossom Street?
Yeah, that one. I have all of those.
I have a few of those now. But yeah, I've never read that one.
And I have some for Christmas books.
Yeah, I like the Cedar Cove one. No, in this one, since it's like supposed to, like an inspirational romance, so we've hit the bump in the road because he doesn't go to church, she does.
Oh, that
And
okay.
so we've hit the bump in the road. So
I struggle with inspirational romances because I'm not personally religious, so I kind of just struggle with it.
yeah, I am. So I like them. I probably don't read enough of them. Actually, I should read more. I used to read a lot, and then I kind of fell off of them. And then if I have a box and I haven't hauled it because I found it in my room over there, and it's a lot of my older. I'd say probably in the early 2000s. And stuff like Harlequins, because I used to do the whole when they had that you get 4 a month or 5 a month, whatever it is. I used to do that. And then in 2008 we had the tornado and everything and stuff.
No.
And I thought that they all like got destroyed there, but I must have packed some up in a box because we moved into this house like around 2004, I think, or something like that. And so, but a lot of my stuff was still down there in the old houses that got destroyed by the tornado. This got the roof ripped off of it, but I still had a lot of my books were okay and everything.
Wow.
And that one was a box that I found that was because I'm trying to clean that room out because I'd like to make this other room up here with me a library, but I have so much.
That's what I'm working on my spare bedroom for. I'm working on the spare bedroom becoming my library.
I'm such a hoarder. And my room, like nobody wants to look at it. There's books everywhere.
Well, my boyfriend's a gamer, so all his gaming stuff will go in there too. So his computers, all his gaming systems, and all that stuff.
Yeah, so that's what I'd like to do. So I feel though all I'm doing is cleaning this area out and putting it all over here, and then this area is clean, but then I have to clean this area, so then it goes back over here. And I'm not getting it.
It feels like you're not like I've been listing a bunch of books that I no longer want on Pango. So like that's been taking some time because it's not hard, it's just time consuming.
Yeah, you take all the pictures.
Oh my goodness.
And then that's some too, like I've got like 2 or 3 totes and some boxes that are like books that I have on Pango or eBay.
Yeah.
And things like that. So they're taking up space. And so it's like
my mom also resells on eBay, but it's not books. That's my department. She resells a lot of antiques. So she's an antique shopper. So I understand that completely.
I was going to ask you, how's your book doing? Because you're reading the nonfiction. How's it going?
It's going really good. It's actually reading a lot faster than I thought it would. The chapters are long, but it's really, really interesting. But I do not recommend reading this unless you've read all of her 6 existing novels because he spoils them. in the explanation of why things are important, he spoils it. So only read this if you read everything by Jane Austen. That's my only, not critique, but like my my warning, I guess. If you don't mind being spoiled, go for it. But he spoils the heck out of it.
It's good to know because that will make some people mad if they were like, "Oh, I'm gonna read this nonfiction about Jane Austen," and then all the books get spoiled, and I hate that.
I'm gonna be doing a video of recommending nonfiction for Jane Austen for where people want to start, or where they should start, depending on what they want out of it. Cool. So. It'll be coming at some point in July. I don't have a schedule yet, but it'll be coming at some point in July. This month has just been nuts with like family stuff, so it's like I usually am good with like doing one video a week, but this week.
Yeah, Cajun said in a conference call yesterday, someone said it was hotter than the Devil's House. I almost snorted. I never heard that before.
But I haven't heard that since I was a kid. I love that one.
I haven't. I don't think I've heard that one either, but I like that one. That's a good one to remember that.
My air conditioner can't keep up. That's how hot it is.
Emily says, now I'm going to see what I own that would fit for the hardest reading challenge ever. Will I finish it in a year? No. But will I try it? Yep. Hey, it's a good try. Well, at least we know you have the read a 500-page book, but can you read one in a day?
Not in a very, very, very long time.
That's the part of the hardest reading challenge.
Read it all in one day?
Yeah. There's like a whole bunch. I haven't watched the video. I need to watch it. But she put it up in the Killing Time with Cozy's Discord, and I was going to watch it because I'm curious to see what all the challenges are.
I'm curious to find the Discord because I just started with Discord. So like I'm like, where's all the Discords? And then friends of mine started Discords and made me like their admin or whatever and didn't even tell me. So I just showed up as an admin on somebody's channel and I'm like, I don't even know how Discord works.
It's like I don't even know how to work Discord.
And I'm supposed to be in charge of like kicking people out if they're like doing something they shouldn't. But
Discord's not hard, but to find things it is. So like
that's my biggest complaint is like some of them are very detailed with channels for everything, and I'm just like I'm confused on what's where.
Yeah, I try to keep ours kind of organized where it's like bookish stuff, hobbies and stuff and things like that, so it's easy to find. But
like my one friend's Discord has like a channel for every author that they talk about, and I'm just like, that's a lot. I can't keep it all straight.
Yeah, that isn't a lot. That's not. And I can't see you. Go away.
There we go. That was the one that was just.
That was the one I just read.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I've been reading over here where it's a little bit bigger because over here.
I do the same thing.
It blew it all out where it wouldn't let me see it. So I was like,
yeah, I do the same thing. Hi, Paula.
Hi, Paula says, hi, all jumping in.
Hi.
Sprint. How are you going? How's it going for everyone? It's good. Hot, sweaty, but
it's
good.
Hot. And thank goodness for whoever invented air conditioning. That's all I have to say.
Yes. It's really crazy because like I grew up without air conditioning and now it's like, how did I grow up without air conditioning?
I swear like this generation of sun is different from when I was a kid. Like we used to be stuck outside all day. Like my parents used to be like, go outside, don't come back until the lights go on.
Yeah.
And we would be fine. And I'm outside for 20 minutes to go get the mail and I feel like I'm dying.
Yeah. Emily loves Keeper of the Lost Cities. Yeah, I know a lot of people like it and everything. Yeah, I just felt like it was very repetitive and like nothing was happening. Huge. And the books were so big. If the books weren't so big and nothing was happening, I might have been okay. But then I was looking and the books kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm like, I can't.
Because if you think about like books that I read in like the 90s when I was growing up and the books that my grandparents read when they were growing up, they were like 200 pages max. Compared to now, they're like 500 plus pages. I don't understand. But also, my mom used to be a teacher, so I yell at people about that all the time. I'm like, stop making stuff so intimidating for kids to read.
It's like, what happened to chapter books? Can we have chapter
Yes,
books?
like The Giver. We had to read that in like 5th grade. That's like 270 something pages, maybe.
Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, Paula.
Paula's awesome.
And so no keeper keep getting good for me. Yeah, and I know, and a lot of people really liked it. It didn't work for me that way. I wished it did because, like I said, I really really liked the first one.
The first one was really good. That's as far as I've gotten.
Yeah. You got it, Alicia.
Hi, how are ya? I feel like we never talk because we're on 2 very, very different time zones.
Yeah, that happens.
He's in the UK, so it's always like I catch her when I can.
Emily says, I love Stormlight Archive. Sanderson is super readable.
Yes.
Feel free to DM me anytime throughout your Stormlight journey.
I will, because I'm starting that August, maybe?
And Regina says, yes, it's a streaming service. I enjoy it very much. Passion.
Is it an affordable one? Because I feel like these streaming services are getting ridiculous.
Well, I think that a lot of streaming services are affordable. It's just the fact that if once you get like 5 or 6 of them, then it's no longer affordable because then
they're just as expensive as cable. I'm like, this was supposed to be cheaper than cable. Like,
yeah,
why is this?
You get rid of it and then you buy all these different ones and if you add them all up together, they were the same amount as your cable bill. So
yeah. And now they're charging you extra if like you give a password to a family member, which really annoys me. I'm just like, do you understand? My Netflix is my family's Netflix, so you're charging me while everybody else gets to use it, like almost $100.
Yeah, it's crazy. They get really greedy. I mean, I'm pretty sure those places are making tons of money without having to limit you being able to share it with somebody.
Yeah. And it's not like it's my brother and my mom. Those are the only 2 people that have my password. Like, it's not like I come from a big family, but they all have their own stuff.
I have a friend that lets me use some of her things, or I wouldn't have very many things to watch.
Yeah. And my brother uses my Disney Plus account. That's it.
Paula says, oh, I'm rereading the Trials of Apollo series, currently on book 2, but focusing on Ace of Spades by
Faride Bike and Mide, I think. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Sounds to me. I'm not even attempting.
I DNF'd Ace of Spades. I couldn't get into it. I tried last year.
And Cajun says, well, remember, I'm old. I started some of these long series when they first came out. That is true. Not that saying you're old, but yeah, you have you were like with a lot of these series from like the very beginning. And she'll be like, I'm reading
older
such and
relative though.
Yeah, she's like, I'm reading such and such, number 42.
Holy moly!
Yeah, like there's like because she's been with them for like the whole entire time.
Yeah, that's me with some of these like Harlequin mini series that keep on going, and I'm like, please make it stop. One book like 66 of one of them. I'm like,
and Sarah teases me all the time because I'm like, I have to read things in order, and it even kind of bugs me to read some of those really long mini, like, because they're all part of the same thing, and it's like,
yeah,
I got to start with Colton's number 1, not Colton's this.
They're so hard to find because some of the series are so much like they were started in like the 60s, so some of them are so hard to find.
Yeah, that's why I like my thrifting. I've come across quite a few of the older ones that way.
The Presents books
are the series that I was talking about. Cherry is all caught up with Mrs. Jeffries. That's the one where she's the housekeeper, and
I'll have to check that out because that sounds like fun.
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun, and I feel like they're not real like long. It's just a really long running series.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind reading it if they're not long. I just don't like when they're long running series and they're like over.
Like I think they're like on audio, they're like maybe 8 hours or something like that.
Oh, that's not bad because then I listen at like 1.75 speed, so.
Yeah, so they're not bad. And see, Maura loves the Mrs. Jeffries series. I've read about 10 of them, and I pick one up every now and then. Yeah.
It's just fun when you're like in the middle of like these heavy fantasy books to just pick up something fun.
Cajun, and more to Cajun, so he likes long series as well.
But you could also be like me and be stuck waiting for book 6 of A Song of Ice and Fire for 15 plus years.
Yeah. Now, see, I think that's horrible. It's like, at least if they're going to be a long series and they keep them coming out.
But then that I'm fine with. It's like, I trust Brandon Sanderson to finish stuff because he finishes stuff. But like, I've been waiting since 2011 for book 6, and I want it.
Do you ever think that he will actually write it?
I think part of it is written. I don't think he'll ever be satisfied enough to publish it. I still think he's actively writing. I don't think he would be satisfied enough to publish it. Because, in my personal opinion, I think he left way too many things, like strings untied and all that other stuff, and now he's overwhelmed. Because he even said on one of his YouTube videos that it's over 1,000 pages already and it's not done.
Well, then he should split it up.
That's what they did with the last one. 4 and 5 were technically one book.
Yeah.
But also, I just don't think he'll finish it because...
Split it up and make more money, dude.
Yeah, people will buy it. I'll buy it. Because I read it before they were popular. Like, I loved them before they were popular.
Yeah, I had never even heard of any of that stuff until... Because that's Game of Thrones, right?
Yes. And, like, he has written in his will that no one else can finish it. So if it doesn't get finished before he passes away...
that sucks. That's just not right. But, oh well.
Because he left so much open, I don't even know what happened.
And so Amy says, I need to finish The Way of the Kings by Brandon Sanderson. I'm 67% in, but for me, it moves so slow. But I love the Skyward series by Brandon Sanderson, though it is his young adult.
The Doom Slug is awesome. The little pet is a Doom Slug.
I've heard a lot about
it's really cute
ones, and that a lot of people like them. Tiffany, yes. Hi. I do believe she must have heard us talking about her because that's what Sharon says here. Is that she must have It was good, really. It was just I heard that you called me out in a video, and so now I gotta go watch it.
I need to get on your Discord though. Healing Time with Cozy's Discord.
Yeah. It's like I didn't go out of the way to put anything on like this, but on any of my other videos, the Discord's there, and it should be pretty easy once you do that.
Because I mainly do Discord on my phone.
But it should be like it sends you an invite, and then you click on it, and then poof, you're there.
Perfect.
And then you just have to figure out how to find everything that's in there and stuff. Invitations is the only way I can find anything. Like, I can't like search and find anything because that's like it's very complicated. If you
know what frustrates me too, people send me links sometimes, like a direct link, and it's like this link has been alive for too long, so the person needs to send you another link, and I'm like, why?
And it also has like I've learned there's like the ever going all the time one link that works, but at first it only gives you a 7-day link and then it expires.
Yeah. And I found that out.
Fix that
the wrong way.
So well, I did too because everybody's like, your link to Discord doesn't work, and I'm like, why?
But like random ones that someone hasn't touched in 6 months work. I don't understand.
Cajun says it's like Melissa if somebody mentions Lavelle Spencer and suddenly she joins the chat. It's true, Cajun. That's exactly what happened with Tiffany. It's true. We're saying hi, and let's see. I think she's saying hi to everybody. JK, I don't know. Is it Joanne? Joanne? Is that your name? I know I've seen you on other Discords, but I don't pay attention to names a lot of times when people say your name.
Yeah.
And it's like, wants to know what everybody's working on.
I'm working on a little bit of everything because I'm a chaos human.
For the happy birthday. Oops. I almost.
Are you doing anything fun for your birthday? Like after this?
No, this is pretty much it. I'm just here for the day. Because I don't have any money. I'm a broke person. Be
I
realistic.
understand with these prices going up with everything.
Dad said he would buy me Hardee's breakfast in the morning when we go to Hardee's for my birthday.
I've never been to Hardee's.
He has $10. He's like, I'll buy you breakfast.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So that's my breakfast. But yeah. I did though get a couple of books from Cajun. So Cajun. And I got a package in the mail. It looks like it says happy birthdays.
Oh my goodness, it's adorable.
And everything. And I'm pretty sure this is the one. Sonia said that I had a happy birthday package coming in the mail.
Sonia's really sweet.
Yet, but it's cute. Should I open it?
Do a live unboxing.
Yeah, it's books, and more books.
There we go.
Cajun says she's reading Rest in Peaches, telling Joanna, I think that's her name. If I am wrong, let me know. It says Sharon is reading Lessons in Chemistry for Book Club and Quarter of Thorns and Roses due to peer pressure. I have not succumbed to peer
Quarter
pressure.
Thorns and Roses is not my jam at all, but hey, if you like it, go ahead.
And Tiffany is reading Rest in Peach also. I don't know why I want to say Rest in Peaches. I just think it should be Peaches, not Peach.
Yeah, it comes off the tongue a little bit easier.
And let's see. Tiffany said hi to Cajun. And Sharon conjuring me, talking about me. Oh, well, yeah, for sure. And sent her message. And Tiffany, if you're still on here, I will probably still be here depending. I have nothing better to do and stuff. So if you want to come on, I can send you the link.
Yeah, I've got nothing going on until 9 p.m.
Well,
my
I
time.
told Dad, I said
10
I
p.m. your time.
have nothing to do for my birthday. I'm going to get on a live and just hang out. I'm going to be reading anyway, so why not read with other people?
It's always more fun to have more people. That was the weirdest thing because I do a lot of like collaborative stuff. Like the first one where I was by myself, I'm like, who do I talk to? Even though the chat was like, I'm so used to bouncing off of someone else. I'm just like, I don't know what to do.
I just feel better with somebody else's face there besides my own.
It's just really weird because like my uncle found my YouTube channel. He was Googling something and found me. And I'm like, oh God, please don't watch some of these that I talk about.
I don't really have a lot of family members anyway. And I don't think they really pay much attention to my bookish habits because nobody ever buys me books. Nobody ever buys or gives me a card to buy books, or they're like, you've got enough books, you don't need any more.
That's everybody's excuse. That's why I told my boyfriend for our anniversary next week, I'm like, you're taking me to the bookstore.
So that's why I thrift and buy my
I was like, you're taking me to the bookstore. Okay.
I thrift and buy my own books.
Thrifting is the
and she's telling that she's reading Death and Baguettes. And Tina wants to know what you're reading. And she says, I'm actually revising my bakery rivals to lovers, a work in progress. Ooh. Project Sugar and Spice.
If you need a beta or alpha reader for that, let me know. Please.
And she also says, if you guys are interested, my Sweet Bakery Friends to Lovers Romance Culinary Confections is available for 99 cents until tomorrow at midnight.
I will definitely be
a cozy mystery. She needs to know.
Congrats.
And Tiffany.
Cozy mysteries are awesome.
Yep.
As Tiffany knows because she talks to Julie and Lindsay as well. So.
And you're like twisting my arm. Yeah. Get you with the cheap ones, Tiffany. Get you with the cheap ones.
Yep.
Oh, okay, Tiffany, I was seeing her message. She said that she had to go somewhere, so won't be able to come up. That's okay. It's more like a cozy, feel-good romance. Well, see, that's not so bad.
I'm here for it. I'm in for feel-good romances because I feel like a lot of romances now are just.
So you tell my husband if he asks why I bought more books. Joking, he doesn't care. Yeah.
He doesn't care either. He buys video games. I'm like, my books are cheaper than your video games, so meh.
For real.
Nah.
I love video games, but I've been out of the play for a while. Like I think I have a PS3
Okay.
and the Xbox 360.
The only reason I have a PS5 is it's technically my boyfriend's, and I use it.
Yeah. Well, I
It's
just
not
got to where
technically mine.
I couldn't afford to upgrade. I can't spend $600 on a
No.
console.
And then the like resale value on those things because they were out of stock forever was insane.
It's
Like
crazy.
I was looking to get one for him and I was like, there's no way I'm spending over $700 for a thing. Like when that's basically a month's rent.
Yes, it's crazy. Oh, she finished. Sherry finished. Enemy you Ganesh 3.7.
I love these titles so much. It's my favorite.
Cozy titles. Now reading 13 Secrets by Michelle Harrison.
Let me
I
ask you
seen your book haul,
this.
Sherry, and you like have like the first book in like three or four of my favorite series. I was like,
What are your favorite series?
Well, they were historical mystery series, and she had the Veronica Speedwell series. Although lately I've not been quite as in love with that series as I used to be because I don't like.
By Diana Rayborn?
Yeah.
Is that the author? I read the first one forever ago. I want to pick it back up.
Like I haven't read the latest one that came out because I'm really don't want to be disappointed, so I keep putting it off.
Fair. I'm in the same with a trilogy, and I'm afraid of it. I don't want it to end, so I haven't read the third book.
And then the Rexford and Sloane series by Andrea Penrose. It's another historical mystery series.
I'll have to check that out because my friend's always looking for historical mysteries. So
yeah,
I don't read as much historical as I used to, so I'm always looking for Rex.
I need to read more than what I do. Like I love historical mysteries, but I don't read enough of them because there's like so many out there that I haven't actually read.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the one. It's called Top of the Hedge. It's by T.C. something, and it's 1920s, and it's this wealthy to-do lady and her lady's maid, and they solve crime, and it's really really cute. I can't remember the name of it to save my life though. It's driving me nuts. I'll find it and I'll send it to you because I'm gonna find it. Okay. Because it totally seems like something up your alley.
74 so far this year. Goodreads says 81, but only shows 74 titles.
They do that if you reread. If you do any rereads, it doesn't show up for some reason.
My problem is Goodreads doesn't tell you the whole story because I forget. Well, no, actually, it's not that I forget, but I don't put all of my books on currently reading. And if you don't put them on currently reading, when you finish them, it doesn't count it unless you put the date in it.
That's why I always use Storygraph because Storygraph doesn't.
And so I don't do that. A lot of times I don't put everything on currently reading. So whenever I'm done with it, I'm like, I read this, and I don't go and put the date.
Yeah,
so
I do the same thing.
It's like, well, then I'm not counting it.
I need to start like a spreadsheet or something because I'm trying to keep track of what's.
So I have a spreadsheet. So like what I have and what they have is like two different things. So
yeah.
Hey Cav says happy birthday and phooey because I'm way late to the party. I checked earlier and didn't see a link to the live, so went away and did other stuff and came back to check and whoop, there you're in 3 hours in. Yep. Yeah, because I wasn't sure. I was originally gonna do this with Sarah, and then of course hospital happened.
Yeah.
And then she said she thought she could come in, but I know Garrett was gonna be going to visit her, so she's not quite made it yet.
And hospital Wi-Fi, from personal experience, hospital Wi-Fi is not great.
Yeah, well, because this was going to be the first live experience for her to see if it would. Yeah,
it actually worked. Yeah,
and everything. So that was going to be my special guest, but I don't know if she's going to be able to pop in yet or not. So she could still pop in.
Fingers crossed.
Stop doing that. It says I can't see things. Okay, there we go. Hi, Purple Reinhardt says, read 30 pages of fondant fumble and for dinner had chicken tenders and fries. It's like Tiffany's in the chat, so all of a sudden everybody's going to tell you what they're eating. And Anita says, I got 60% into body and bookstore. Cool. And Cam, maybe I counted some as read 2 times, or maybe it counted. Yeah. I don't know. Goodreads is screwy. Cajun got 90%. And Regina says, hi to I'm good. I'm at work. And Mora, I made a quick pasta dish and made it 94%. Only 12 minutes left. So you're probably finished by now if you kept going. Because, see, I would have probably kept going.
I just keep going if people stop. I'm like, if I have like 5 pages left, I just keep on going.
Yeah, if I'm listening to an audiobook, it's hard for me because usually I watch people's lives on my phone.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will transfer it over to my computer, but my computer, it doesn't do well with a lot of things going on, and so a lot of times on the live, if I try to watch it on my computer, I just buffer more than I do anything.
That's me with my phone because my phone. That was actually what I was doing in the first part before I came on. I was shopping for a new phone because my phone is crapping out on
me. Tiffany says, oh, Purple Reinhardt. And then she says, OMG, Tiffany mentioned me passed out.
Hi, Toya. How are you? I feel like it's been forever since we've gotten a chance to talk. Hi.
Okay, so who is Toya? Is that
Purple Heart?
Well, see,
that's Toya.
I didn't know that, Purple.
Yeah.
I always just call you Purple Reinhardt because
yeah,
that's Toya. But I'm really bad also about asking people what their name is. But I'm always like, if you want me to call you by your name, you could just like shout it out. This is my name.
I kind of cheated because my channel name is my family's nickname for me, Birdie. So I kind of cheated.
And so Toya said hi and saying hi again. And Hoarders Unite. Yes, because I definitely have.
I hoard books. I'm not like a everything else hoarder, I guess.
Yes. We're book dragons. The hoard is real. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Pretty much. We're saying hi.
And Miss Paula over there gets the really pretty books because she's the really, really pretty ones. Because they always get better covers over there.
Yeah, the UK does have better ones usually. Sometimes not, but most of the time they do.
Yeah.
Hi, Liz. Thanks for the birthday wishes. And I like to call us collectors. Yes, that's the proper term, right? Yes, collectors.
Yeah.
And says that might be
Lee and I got to hang out and go book shopping one day.
Might have multiple editions on some, and that could be it. Because sometimes I'm like, that's not my cover. This is my cover.
Exactly. We do the same thing.
Then you don't remove the other one, and then you've got more than one.
And they seem to make it easier for iPhone users. They can easily switch it without changing.
Yeah.
And it makes me so mad.
Users have a lot more perks on Goodreads than us lowly little Android people.
And considering Amazon owns it, why is it on such a bad server and it still works like crap? As Goodreads, I'm just like, why?
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question now. Do you want to do 30 or 45 minutes? Everybody in the chitty chats can let me know, and I'll do a few more reading on these, and then we'll do a reading sprint. Because I don't know how long I've been chatting, but it's probably been a while, and probably should do a reading sprint. I did say I warned people in my thing. It says chatty. It says book chat and reading.
You're covered.
Let's see. I was covered. Paula says her Discord is a hot mess, but it's all chill and vibes. So it may be a dumpster fire, but that's the way we like it. Yeah. Well, that's kind of like I think Killing Time with Cozy's one, and my own Discord is. It's pretty chill and relaxed, but there could be a lot of things going on. But
I've just been exiting certain discords because of how people talk to people in certain discords. I'm
Well,
like,
and I
would
only
you say
some
that to
Discords
someone's
I
face?
only use like you have to get in them to be in a readathon. Well, after
Yeah.
the readathon's over, I'm done, so I get out of
Yeah.
them.
And there's just so many, like, someone asked me my opinion on a book and I gave it,
And then they
and
get mad at you.
someone else commented on it, and it totally turned into this whole thing where my friend who owns the Discord ended up having to kick the person out because they were like
Yeah,
saying threatening
people
things.
are allowed to have their opinions. So
Yeah, I'm just like, if you don't want to hear my opinion, then that's fine, but you don't have to tell me that I'm wrong because I read it a certain way. Like, I'm just like, I don't have time for this.
thanks, Dramini, for the happy birthday, and Tiffany saying hi. And let's see, I don't think I'm able to read a 500 pager in a day. I think I may tweak a prompt to suit what I need to read off of
You
my
can
physical
do it if it's a
PBR,
middle grade because
and will still
the
be
font's
a
bigger.
challenge. Yeah, yeah, that's what we were saying when we were talking about this the other day. That hard challenge that you might be able to do a middle grade book and read it in a day. But then still, I mean, you'll still be reading that one book all day. And I'm really moody, and I'm also like, I have a hard time sticking with a book till it's done. Like I
Yeah.
can read 2 or 3 chapters, and then I want to read something else. So then I get. That's why I have so many books going, because I can't just concentrate
I
on
have
the one
6
book.
right now going, so I understand.
How many?
6.
Yeah, you get it. Yep.
Though there is one book recently that I read all in one day. It was just because it was compulsively readable. That Rules of Civility by Amor Tolls. I think I'm saying his name correctly.
I don't know.
He does like historical fiction.
We'll see. Like this one, I'm probably going to finish it, the Debbie Maycomer one, but it's only 5 hours on audio, and I listen at 2 times speed. So.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's also it was like probably like 185 pages.
Yeah.
So
Well,
Paula
I'm
says,
trying to schedule a trip to UK next year, so I will let you know when I schedule it. If I can schedule it, I will keep you posted.
"Oh yeah, it's 11 p.m. for Paula." Wow.
Yeah, the one night I did a live stream at like 8 p.m. my time, and Paula was up. I'm like, it's like 4 a.m. your time. Go to bed.
Emily's
To
right.
go to bed. I'm like, go to bed.
Streaming services are only affordable if you get them with ads, because that's how I have most of mine are with ads. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I grew up with ads. I don't mind ads.
It doesn't bother me. I just wish they would use different ads. If it's not the same 4 ads for every.
Regina says that Passionflix offers yearly or monthly. I pay yearly, so
Yearly does save you a lot of money. I do that with Disney Plus, and
I'm going to Kim's going to add Peacock for the Olympics. Yeah, and see, and I'm one of those too that I will add something for something that I want to watch, and then when it's over, I cancel.
Yeah, I have a 4-month free trial with what is it? Apple, and in September when it's done, I'm watching what I want to watch, and then I'm cutting it off.
Yeah. See, and Cajun says I don't mind ads. Really, that's prime reading time, and that is like so true. That's like
yes, it is.
when I read it. Go down here and see what people said. 45, 45. Okay,
45 works.
45 works. So that is
and you can finish your dinner since you were able to finish.
Yeah, I eat the rest of my carrots. Okay, let me get the little kitty cat set back up.
That's such a cute timer.
It is. I don't normally use a timer, but I thought since at first I was by myself, I'm like, I better use a timer because, I know how I am. So happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading. Oops.
So how did everybody do?
I switched over to because I was cleaning, so I switched over to Sense and Sensibility, and I made it to chapter 10. That's about 40-ish pages in my copy, at least. How
Cool.
about you?
I'm
I'm
like
so sorry.
almost done. Let me see.
My neighbor needs everyone to know that he has a bicycle.
I have 22 minutes left in the audiobook for Heart
Oh, you
Song.
got this. One more sprint, and you've got this.
Yeah, that's what I like. Almost done. The whole thing done today. That's accomplishment.
Do
Even
you
though it was
have any? Do you have a backup? Like the one you want to read next, since you're going to finish that one next time?
well, I'm still working on like this one
Oh, okay.
and stuff. I was
You
feeling like
rotate like I do.
like I haven't read like I haven't finished a retro yet and everything, and so I wanted to finish one. So
Yeah,
and that
that's
was,
fair.
and so I'm like I'll do an audiobook so I can feel at least accomplished that I finished a retro book. That one's from 1984, The Heart Songs by Debbie Maycomer. I definitely am liking it a lot better than the first book that she wrote. So that's,
Yeah.
definitely
It's so interesting to read those retro ones now and be like, oh wow. Like
well,
not in a bad way, but like how times have changed. It's nuts.
especially if it's an author that you read a lot of her
Yeah.
new stuff, and then you're like, oh well, I'll go back and try her older stuff, and then you're like, whoa, it's like
Yeah.
this is totally
You
different.
can definitely tell she's gotten better between the first book and the one you're reading.
Yeah. Just talking about streaming, and Emily says at the point of streaming, the point of streaming originally was to have no ads.
Yeah.
True. That is
And they're charging you $2 extra to not get ads anymore.
yeah. So now we're back to I'll just take the ads.
Yeah, I'll go back to.
Yeah, and Tiffany says that Peacock is one of the two that she watches the most of. It's got a really good catalog. Yeah,
I watched Peacock when it was free, and then
yeah.
they made because I used to. Okay, you're gonna make like you might laugh at me, but I used to watch Murder She Wrote on it because like Murder She Wrote's like a comfort show for me. And then they were like $4.99 a month. I was like, nope.
Do you know? Do you have Pluto?
You.
It's a free. It's like a free one. There's
Oh,
a
is
murder.
it? Yeah, I have it. It came on my TV.
It's got a Murder She Wrote channel.
Ooh, I know
So
what I'm.
it's like live. So like you can't pick and choose, but
Right.
and like I watch Freevee all the time.
That's what I watch too. I have it on my.
When you go down on it, it down on below it has like live stuff, and it had Murder She Wrote there, and I was like,
I love Murder She Wrote.
I'm just gonna click on that and I'll watch it because it's live, so you don't get to pick where you want to, but you can watch, and it goes all the way from like season 1 through the movies.
I haven't watched the movies, but I loved the original series.
So, but because I've been watching it quite a bit to find it, because I was like, is it just going to be the older, like the later? Because I like the older seasons, like 1 through 5 is like my favorite.
When she was actually in Cabot Cove.
Yeah, and whenever I started finding it on here, it was during the later part where she's in New York all the time.
Yeah,
and
those are those last couple seasons, and they weren't so great.
So I was like, I wonder if they just have the older ones or if they'll have the newer ones. So I kept watching it, and then I was like, wow, it's going through the movies, because so then it was doing like the whole movies, and then after it got done with the whole movies, it went back to like season 1.
I would love to watch the movies. I've never been. Now that I know it's out there, I know what I'm watching.
Like right now it's on the older one, so it's getting probably closer and closer to where the movies are. So I figured that's what it's going to do. It's going to go through.
It's going to keep on
the movies again, and then it goes back to season 1, and then it goes through them, and it just does it live because it's live and it's the channel all the time, so it's just always going. So when you turn it on, you never know where you're going to be in it. But at least
you just want it on for like comfort.
Yeah, because
it was the thing I watched with my grandmother.
Yeah, and Freevee used to have the first 6 seasons.
Yeah, that's how I started watching it, and then they took it off.
Yeah, and then they took it off, but Freevee's got it on the live because it's Pluto. And so I guess
they did the same thing with Amazon Prime. The first like 4 seasons were on there, and then they I guess because everything moved to Peacock
Yeah.
when they went to payment, and then I couldn't find it for a while.
But yeah, and it was Peacock used to have it free, and then we had subscribed to it for a while, but then we weren't really watching it that much, and so I unsubscribed. I'm like, well, I'll be able to watch Murder She Wrote anyway, and then no, they
I
nabbed
know.
it into the premium, and I was like, are you kidding me? And Tiffany's like, I'm with Cajun. I keep ads. I will read during the ads. Yeah, that's me. I read
Yeah.
during. It's no big
I'm
deal.
not opposed to it. I just don't like that now
What
you
I
have to
used to
pay
do
for
when I
it.
was a kid. That's what I used to do whenever I was a kid. Read during the ads. Reading out of order gives me hives. I agree, Cajun. Which is what I have a book. I have a book for Garb August, and I'm trying to tell myself that since it is very much a Garb August type of book, so it's definitely a trashy book. It is a sexy Western, put it that way.
Oh, I
It's
love
really
it.
sexy and everything, but it's number like 3 in the series or something like that. But I'm like, I'm not going to actively seek out 1 and 2. I
That's kind of
just
where
wanted
I'm
to.
at. If it's a companion series, I don't really care. But if it's directly involving characters from book 2 and it's book 3, then I want to read it.
But see, it is the same character through the whole thing, and so
Oh, okay.
and everything, and that's why I'm like, but it's like, yeah, I don't even know if I'd like that, let alone try to actively seek out the first. I don't want to pay. I paid like $1 for that. I don't want to pay more for book 1
Yeah.
and book 2, and then not even like them whenever I get to like book 3 or whatever. So
And with all these kids' books too, like you were, I think it was someone else's life. You were talking about the Berenstain Bears.
yeah, yeah.
I can't find them. I pick them up from my younger siblings when I see them out. That's all. I don't have
Well,
an
yeah,
order.
it's like I couldn't. Well, it doesn't say even on Goodreads. It doesn't say this is number
Yeah.
1, this is number 2, or anything like that. So I'm like, I can't find. But then somebody told me it, and I was like, yeah, I probably could have Googled and found it, because then I did Google this, and I was like, yeah, okay, well, somebody was smarter than me because they Googled it. And Toya says, can't read out of order. Love Sarah, but if I read out of order, I feel like I missed something. Me too.
But there's sometimes I've
Team in
unintentionally
order.
read out of order. Like didn't realize it was a book 2 until like halfway through the book, and I'm like, crap.
Then the thing with me is when I find out that I'm reading something out of order, it bothers me the whole entire time. So I either keep reading it and let it bother me the whole entire time, and then I just can't do it, or I stop and I'm like, I've got to read the other ones first. Yeah. And I used to not be like that. I did used to read out of order, but I don't know. The older I've gotten, the more like OCD with my series I've gotten, I guess. And
everything needs to be in the proper order.
And so Kim does YouTube TV and Friendly that she pays for, and pretty much everything else is free stuff. Yeah, we have Friendly. That's what we watch a lot. It's got a lot
I've
of.
never heard of that one. What service is that?
Friendly.
Yeah.
It's a service that has a bunch of channels.
Okay.
So it has Harlequin. Or not
Harlequin.
Okay. Hallmark. We'll get the right thing.
I can never get those, and it makes me so mad because they're my like favorite thing to put on when I don't want to pay attention.
And it's like $7.99 a month, I think. Somewhere around that. Yeah, so
that's what I pay for Hulu.
And it's got like Me TV and Get TV and all that. So it's got like all the like old, and it's got Western stuff my dad likes to watch. And he likes to watch Magnum PI and Rockford and all those things.
That just reminded me of my grandfather. Those were his favorite things to watch. That and Westerns.
Yeah. And so we have that and everything. So that's the one thing we pay for, that and Netflix, and that's it.
Yeah.
Everything
I'm thinking about getting rid of Netflix because I'm just like, I'm paying $30 a month for what? I watch it maybe once a month.
And every now and then for myself, I will subscribe to Acorn TV or BritBox to watch.
That's the only one that I don't mind paying for because I watch a lot of British TV.
Yeah, so like, but I can't afford both of them, so like I'll transfer between the two of them.
I do the same thing.
I can't really afford it all the time, so like I'll do a couple of months and then I cancel, and then I'll re-up and I'll do it.
It added it onto. I signed up for a free trial and just kept it because I watch it all the time. They added it onto my Prime account, so it just comes out with my Prime membership every month.
Oh well, that's cool. Yeah, I don't have Prime.
And I was like, and it's like $2 cheaper just to add it onto my Prime account. I was like, all right, cool.
Kim is caught up with the Miss Jeffries. It's one of her favorites. See, that's the one
I
with the big.
really have to check that out. So many of you have convinced me.
It's fun. It's funny. I wasn't sure because I don't like it when they make the detective feel like a bumbling detective.
I don't like that either.
I don't like that. So I was a little worried at first, but she's very gentle about how she does things and then pushes him towards finding
Doesn't
the
make him
answer.
feel like an idiot, basically.
So he doesn't feel like he's, She's just kind of gently guiding him. Did you ask so and so about whatever?
Yeah, which basically in relationships that is the woman's job anyway.
And so I like it. And or find things you missed actually happened to you spoil yourself. That is very true, and that happens especially in cozies and stuff. Like, you might spoil yourself on who she ends up with or who she doesn't end up with, because I've read some where you thought it was, they were gonna be this one, and then all of a sudden something happens in the middle and they're no longer there. It's like, wait.
Yeah. You're like, what did I miss?
Kim used to read out of order, and now no, unless it's a reread. Yeah.
With Harlequin, it's hard to read in order because of how long some of these series are.
Yeah. Which is kind of a bummer, but it's also me actively searching for them on thrift books or something if I really want to.
That's not how, because some of them, like, I love my Kindle, but some of these books, like the series that Sarah's doing on her Discord, I can't remember off the top of my head what it's called.
A Colton.
Yes, that one. The first one is like $9 on your Kindle. I'm like, wow. It's like 270 pages. Why? Like, and they're so,
and some people,
much of an older book, it's hard to find physically.
Some people think because they're older that people, you should charge more or whatever it is, and it's like
it's insane. And that's like, I'm not blaming Sarah at all. I'm just like, I'm not paying for a Kindle book what I can get an actual paperback book for.
Yeah. Well, that's why I do abesbook.com and I do thrift books, and that's where I find a lot of my stuff. And I wanted the very first Harlequin historical, which was Satan's Angel. I wanted that one.
Title.
Yeah, I wanted that one. And so I found it on abesbook.com for like $4 or whatever.
Abe is awesome.
And so that I got it so that I could have, because the historical line and the intrigue are my favorite lines and everything. So I like to try to collect all of them.
Same. I've been getting more into historicals lately. I go through phases. I started with intrigue. That's how I started reading Harlequin. And then I've gone through. Presents is never really my favorite. I read certain books by certain authors.
I collect the older ones, these.
I love the old ones with the circle. Yep.
I collect those because they remind me of my mother, because my mom used to read Harlequins, and I would see them all over the house, and that was what she used to read. So it reminds me of her, so I like to collect those older ones. But yeah, the newer ones, I don't really care about. I just collect the older ones. Paula loves the Doomslug.
Yes, the Doomslug is awesome.
He says, Way of King, the last 200 pages will read super fast. It starts out slow because there's so much to rush on.
And I heard
that's my problem with
the main character is depressed 90% of the book, and it makes it very hard to read it.
That's my problem with fantasies, though, is because of all the world building and all that stuff, I get really bogged down and I can't do it. I even, I used to love Stephen King, but his books are too chunky and I can't do it.
His books are too chunky.
I have to read them. I have to listen to them. And then even at that, I'm like, is it over yet?
The only chunky one that I actually liked was 11/22/63.
I haven't read that one yet.
I had to read it in college for a history class. That's the only reason.
I read it last year with my friend Barb, and I thought neither were. And it's funny because it was her a 5-star when she was in high school. And we both were having such a hard time getting through it. We're like, is it ever going to end?
Clowns and me don't. Nope.
I don't mind.
And then when you got to did you finish it last year or did you DNF it?
I finished it. I gave it
There's a certain section in there at the very end that I'm like, why is this here?
That was his cocaine era.
It involves the kids, and I'm just like, why? No, I don't want my little brother's like that age. No,
Yeah, that was a weird scene to be. It just
I'm like, why is a grown man? No.
But Mora finished, giving it 4 stars. Now on to
Yeah.
Rest in Peach for a read along. Yay! I need to get to that one soon too.
And I have to read Lonesome Dove this month somehow.
Ew. I have Lonesome Dove. It's like a huge chunky one.
It's like 800 and something pages. I'm like,
Yeah. And then everybody tells me that the audiobook is horrible, and so I'm like, oh.
I have the audiobook and I'm scared to listen to it, but I have I have visual processing issues, so I have to use audiobooks. So it's like sometimes I can't be picky.
Well, yeah, I mean, it happens to me. Like, it's like either read this like really tiny print, or I listen to the audiobook of it, even if I don't like the narrator too much.
Yeah. Can we just like make a uniform print for everybody to use?
I feel really bad for blind people that have no choice because they have to listen to that. But especially back in like the 90s and stuff, when the very first time I tried an audio and it was like on a cassette tape.
Yep.
And the person was like monotoned and talked like this, and it was
probably like a library employee or something doing it.
Like, oh, you poor people that you have to listen to that. It's like, oh man. And Toya says, "I'll get to Rest in Peach after I finish Fondant Fumble."
I like the title.
Paula, Broke People Unite. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
That's why we're here. Broke People Unite. Yeah. And hey, Tiffany, and I'm not like dieting, but I am counting calories, and so really I can't go out and like eat a whole lot of stuff and have a cake and all that stuff because I've done really good so far. I've lost about 12 pounds, and so I don't want to gain it all.
That's awesome.
And bookstore dates are the best. Yeah,
I'm slowly getting him into reading because he likes to listen to audiobooks. So he uses my Audible account. You can
only buying a PS5. Did it just stumble into your cart?
Yeah. I'm like, as long as we don't buy too many, we're okay. Like our anniversary is different, special.
And the games are like what, $60 and $70 nowadays?
$60 to $80, yeah, depending on what. And they're re-releasing like old ones. Like what was the one? They're making a new Mario Party game, and that I used to play on like the Sega and all that stuff back in like the 90s.
They have to redo them so that people will buy them again because they can't.
And they're charging like $80, and I'm like, no.
Yeah. So Madeline says, what is my favorite cozy mystery series? Okay.
That's a good question.
Library Lovers by Jen McKinley is probably my absolute favorite. Really, I want to start that one. The Tourist Trap by Lynn Cahoon is up there pretty high too, because that was the very first cozy mystery series I ever read. And I liked Lighthouse Library by Eva Gates. It's really fun. And I'm going to forget something, and people are going to be like, what about this one? I like the is it Cajun Country? Cajun?
Oh, I know which ones you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it.
Byron. I always get the name of it mixed up, but that series, I like that series. I was very sad when that one ended. And let's see. Oh, the Sophie Kimball series by J.C. Eaton. I was like, what's the one with Streetman in it? Streetman, one of my favorite dogs. And I could go on. I have more, but we'll go with that. Yeah.
I don't know who mine is. I'm trying to remember who my first one was.
The Sherlock Holmes Bookshop series by Vicki Delaney is one of my favorites.
I want to try that one. I read I didn't finish the series though. It was like an Irish book series with an American that moved over to Ireland. The Cracked Spine. That was cute.
I like that one.
It was cute. I was just like, after book 4, I'm like, what's happening?
The Scotch Bookshop series. That's what.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, that was a good one. I need to finish that.
It's one of my favorite ones. I like that one. I need to read The Poison Pen, which is the latest one that's out.
Yeah, didn't one just like recently come out in the
And
series?
Sherry got them all at the Goodwill for $1.50. See,
Even
everybody's
better.
Goodwills are really good, but mine. I swear, I go there and there's never any good books to buy.
There's always Stephen King. There's always a lot of Twilight
Or
and
nonfiction. There's a lot of nonfiction.
Yes. Especially in my area. It's always military
Says,
nonfiction.
I enjoyed the Southern Sewing Circle that we read by Elizabeth Lynn Casey, and that was the one that I was talking about. So there were some people that really liked it, and there was other of us that didn't really care for it too much. That was the one that I ended up opting out at about number 10.
Oh, was that the one you were like, nope, I'm out? I think technically my first one was the Geek Girl Mystery series by Julianne Lindsay.
Oh yeah, I haven't.
I read that with a book, my friend's book club from Who Picked This Book, and I just fell in love with it. And then I went down a cozy mystery rabbit hole.
Well, see, that was me with the tourist trap. Like I went through a cozy, and they always laughing at me because they'll be like, "What about this?" Here's like, "Oh, I read that one. At least I read the first book."
Yeah,
because I went through this whole like I read the first book in like all these series, but then I never went back to them. So I'm like, I really need to get back to that. The first book was really good.
Yeah,
but now I'm gonna have to read the first book over because it's.
I know. I try to taste test a bunch, and I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah. Hi to Shannon says, "Oh, glad you're still sprinting. Just got here. Happy birthday, Stormy. Thank you. I'm reading Jessica Strasser's The Last Caretaker. She'll be at the Columbus Book Festival this weekend. That's cool that you get to go to a book festival.
That's really cool. That's one thing I miss. I grew up right outside Philadelphia, so I used to go to a ton of book related stuff, and I moved here and there's nothing, and I'm just like, this is boring.
I live in a town that's like the population 2,000, and there's nothing ever happening here.
Yeah, that's basically how this is. I live in the woods.
Yeah, that's where we live, in the woods. I've showed off my woods before in like reading vlogs, like literally.
Yeah, I've seen them.
I would be scared to go down that road.
There's some of them that I'm genuinely like, after dark, I don't go down certain roads because there's no lighting on the road.
Well, I always told my dad we should like make it like a haunted attraction, during Halloween. Yeah. See if you can make it down the lane alive, So.
I'd be down for it.
And Cajun says, I love that my Kindle updates my Goodreads. Otherwise, it would be a mess and missing a lot of books. Yeah.
My Kindle doesn't even let me do it anymore. Apparently, Kindle, which doesn't make sense because it's owned by Amazon, on the Fire tablet, it doesn't support the Goodreads app anymore.
Oh, really?
Which is dumb because they're
owned by Fire, but I don't use it very often. So
they just started because I was reading an e-arc that my friend who's an independent author sent me on my Kindle, and yeah, I went to update it, and they were like, Goodreads isn't supported by this device, and I'm like, it's owned by the same company. Why? They're both owned by Amazon. I don't understand.
It makes no sense. Make it make sense. And see, I don't even do this like Kim. So see, you're like better than me because she said I don't always mark currently reading, but I do add it to my 2024 tag. See, I don't even have a 2024 tag.
Me either. I don't even know how tags work on Goodreads.
I have tags, but they're like these really weird ones, and I'm like, I should really delete half of the tags that I've got on the web. And yes, sending positive vibes for Sarah.
Yes.
And Sharon says, my parents' water bill tripled. Mom passed away and dad is in assisted living, so it's unoccupied. Just went out there and found a flooded bathroom. Oh no. Cleaned it up and heading home. Oh yeah. See, that happened. It was our electric bill though. Like we didn't know that our water pipe busted at our well. And it was like,
oh no,
during kind of like the winter time too.
Oh God!
And we had to go out there and patch it, and we had like a whopping like electric bill because all of ours is like on electric, and it was like, why is our electric bill so high?
Same with my water bill because a pipe across the street burst to protect my plumbing.
Yeah, so she
I
definitely needs to.
I call the water people. I'm like, my water bill's $400. You need to do something. Like, this is insane, and I live alone. Like, there's no way I use so much water that it's $400.
Yeah, there's got to be something going on there. So she definitely needs to escape into a book now. And yes, you
I
do.
completely understand that. I'm sending all positive
You know,
vibes
it's like
her
that
way.
Calgon take me away, but it's like books take me away.
Yes.
And Kaden says, "Oh no, so sorry. Hope you can get it fixed soon, and it's not too expensive." Yeah.
That's the
And
thing.
Kaden finished her book. Who liked it better than the first?
Yay!
Yay! That's good. Thanks, Cajun. And then some people saying 45 whenever we were talking about the time. Say, why ask your opinion, then give you shiz for giving. That's crazy. Yeah.
Yep. But it was funny. I didn't even respond. Other people got pissed on my behalf. They were like, "We're not dealing with you. Goodbye."
I had somebody harass me on Goodreads because I gave a 1-star review to this one book, and I'm like, everybody's allowed their own opinion.
Goodreads are
I
for
didn't like
readers.
it. So I'm glad you liked it. That's fine, but we're
Yeah.
allowed our own opinion.
Or my favorite is like when men mansplain a book to me, and I'm just like, but I read it too. So just because I didn't like it doesn't mean I didn't read it correctly. That's my favorite response. You didn't read it correctly.
Yeah, you just didn't read it right. It's like
it's
words.
I just laugh at them. It just makes me giggle.
Emily says, "Yeah, that's how you pronounce that one book."
Rules of Amortals, because it's like my last name, and there's so many vowels in it. I'm like, I don't know.
The Rules of Civility is a book I need to read for the 52 book club.
It's so good, and it's really like, if you like audio, the audio is fantastic.
Says, I'll probably leave after this chatty bit. It's getting late for me, so good night. And she's probably already gone.
It was nice to see you.
I have Disney for school year, and then I canceled it. Yeah. And then Kim says, I doubt I keep Peacock after the Olympics. Just want all the gymnastics. Yeah. I don't watch the Olympics. I'm not a sporty person. So I canceled Olympics after I watched the last episode of The Mole.
I grew up in a family that plays hockey, so I watch the Winter Olympics more often.
I like figure skating, and they show that on Peacock. And he says, hi, all. Happy birthday, Storm. Thank you. I'm listening to the London Bookshop Affair by Louis Fane. I don't know that one, but it sounds good. Just because
I like the title.
Yeah, I was going to say, it has the word bookshop in it. So Sherry switched to audiobook for Darned If You Do by Monica Ferris. Eyeballs Need a Break.
Yeah, I understand that completely.
Hi, Alice. Happy birthday, Storm. Hope you're having a fantastic one. I am. I'm hanging out with all you peoples. And Emily, here we go. She is on 496 of 1,233 in Oathbringer.
You're not making it less scary for me to jump into this.
Hi, happy birthday, Storm. Just joining. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you. Watch some YouTube. I'm just kind of skipping the amounts that people read. And Morris says, tidied the kitchen and just started Rust and Peach. I only read 5 or 6. Listen to Murder Most Foul by Donna Andrews, Mega Langslow, a reread that still has me grinning. It's always good whenever you can still enjoy a book. It makes you grin.
Sometimes you're just like, I'm afraid to reread it. What if it's bad?
Yeah, Love Murder, She Wrote. Have watched it multiple times, and I still go back to it. Yes, it's my background noise. I need my background noise. Same. Though I've also been doing Perry Mason on background noise too. So,
and the original Hercule Poirot series from like the 80s and the 90s, the one with David Suchet. I think I'm saying his name correctly.
Bye, Regina. You're probably long gone, but. She leaving work. Dry safe. And Cav says there are movies she wrote, murder movies. Yeah, they were like after Murder She Wrote, like the series. Like they did several like uh I don't know what you call like little mini things. Like they were
like TV movies.
yeah, like TV movies. So and things like that. So I don't know if I think they were like 2 hours. So like you get like the hour Murder She Wrote, so you got 2 hours of Murder She Wrote instead. And they were pretty cool. I like them. I like some of them a little bit more than others, but yeah, it's kind of cool to get like 2 hours of Murder She Wrote.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Angela Lansbury ever.
Yeah, so they're probably like from like in the 90s, like 94, 95, somewhere around there. And hi, Amy says, hi, everyone. Sorry, I had something come up. I had to leave the house. So I had to hop off. I'm back again. We had chicken quesadillas for dinner. Oh, that's cool.
Yum.
Hi, Sonia. Says, happy birthday, Storm.
Happy birthday.
I got my package. I was going to look in it, but I hadn't done it yet. I was wondering if you would like kind of hop on or not. It smells really good. You put like a refresher in it. I was like,
I always do that, and people think I'm weird. I'm glad I'm not the only one that does that.
Smells really good. I knew it was good. Speaking of like Perry Mason, so see,
I love it.
Perry Mason in the Case of the Reckless Redhead.
I didn't know there were books.
Yeah, I've just started reading them. I've only read 2 so far. There's 80 something of them.
Holy moly!
Oh, I like this one. Perry Mason and the Case of the Crooked Candle.
I love the cover.
I like that one, yeah. Perry Mason and the Case of a Lucky Thief. I think that's the one I'm actually on. I have a different cover. I like this cover better. It's in what I'm supposed to be reading here somewhere. Of course, when I want to find it, I won't be able to find it.
Yeah, that's Murphy's Law. Oh, I found the series that I was trying to find for you. It's by T.E. Kinsey. And it's a lady Hardcastle mystery. And there's 9 books in the series. And I think the last one's coming out next year.
Oh, I've heard of that one. Yeah.
Yeah. I've read the first...
Some people here, I think, read that one.
I've read the first 4. I like the first 4. I read them when I had Kindle Unlimited.
I have too many books over here.
A book person.
You can't see my desk for the books. And I can't find that. Anyway, it's a gray cover. I like this one a lot more. So, I like that one. And then we have The Case of the Nervous Accomplice.
Ooh. That's a very old school cover, and I love it.
It's got an ashtray. That's very old school.
You don't see that anymore.
And it got a card. And we've got Case of the Amorous Ant. Case of the Buried Clock. Case of the Blonde Bonanza. I love these. It's so orange. It's so yellow. And look at our feet like sticking up in there.
That's awesome.
And we got Case of the Green-Eyed Sister.
Dun, dun, dun.
You can like see it. Let's see if I can get it close. Like those are some green eyes.
I really like that cover though.
I like the covers. They are very cool. Thank you, Sonia, if you're still in the chat, because these are so cool. I'm trying to collect them all. I have like 40 something of them.
That's awesome.
Out of like 80 or whatever. Yeah. And I've read 2. I've read the first 2. I did a video on it, so you might have seen it. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Yeah, that's the first 2 that I read.
I really like those covers.
Yeah. I like those covers, and those aren't even like the old ones. Those are like from the 60s. But
I love trying to find the old covers of even though I'm not a fan of the books, I love trying to find the old covers of like the James Bond books.
yeah. I just like retro books for the covers mostly anyway. And I'm like, I may never read all of the books that I have, and even if I don't like the book, I keep it because of the cover anyways.
The cover is awesome. I do the same thing.
And Dromani got to chapter 20 of After the Fall. And Maura says, yep, I'm in that club as well. I cannot read out of order. Hey, all my homies are in the chat.
It's your birthday.
And say, Kim says, between YouTube TV and Friendly, I get most of the channels I want. Yeah. That's like, I mean, I keep Netflix for just certain things that like I want to watch, and my dad watches it more than I do. But Friendly is the one that I watch mostly, and Freebie. I mean, I basically don't watch things. I just have Murder She Wrote or Perry Mason or Rockford File, all the shows that I like that I've watched over and over and over before.
The comfort shows.
Just choose Midsummer Murders also has a channel on Pluto.
Yeah,
so,
I've watched.
So I can watch that when I want to.
Midsummer is great.
And I don't really watch a lot of new stuff. Rarely do I watch anything new. So. And Sherry remembers listening to the books on cassette. Yeah, they were horrible though, weren't they, Sherry? Either that or I just got the one that was bad.
That's how I listened to Pride and Prejudice the first time was on cassette.
And he says, I agree. It's one of my favorite McKinley series is Library Lovers. It's very good. There's a new Sophie Kimball coming out this month. Very excited. Yes, there is. I've got the e-arc of it, but I am not caught up. I am still, for some reason, I've gotten stuck on Grilled for Murder. I just need to read it. But then there's all these nice shiny things, and I'm like 70-something% into it. And it's not that it's bad. I all these other books. That's my problem. And she read 64 and had fettuccine Alfredo. That's yummy.
That sounds delicious.
Kim's on my Fire. I just have Goodreads on the website pulled up, so you can do that way maybe.
Yeah, that's what I use the search engine. That's the only way I do it.
And she makes sure she updates Goodreads when she finishes a book. Don't always do anything before I finish. See, that's discipline. I don't have that. Or my spreadsheet would probably be right. Because like even at the end of the year, I'm like, this is how many I read, but it could be wrong because I could have read more. I just didn't put it on my spreadsheet and I don't remember. Kim says I watch gymnastics, swimming, and diving, and baseball. And Emily's
it all depends on which team you follow, though.
Figured out how many books a day I need to read to finish it by the end of the month. Pages I need to read a day. Okay, so
how many pages?
38 pages. So every 38 pages is a sticky tab. There you go. And then
okay. I like that system.
That's cool. So you'll read other books too once you hit my goal. There you go.
Just don't burn yourself out in the process.
Hey, Michelle says, just wanted to pop in and say happy birthday, Stormy. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you. I just read Fire and Rain by Julie Mulhern. Storm, one more book, and I'm caught up until the new one comes out in October. I don't know if I am caught up, but that's another favorite. See, the Country Club series by Julie Mulhern is one of my favorite ones too.
Country Club, okay.
It's set in the 70s.
Oh, I love it. I love it. My parents grew up in the 70s, so I love it.
And so it's fun because like when you listen to it on audio and the phone rings and she goes, boing, boing.
Oh my goodness, I love it. The sad part is most people nowadays won't even know what that is.
Yeah.
An actual house phone.
Sherry's finished the book. Yahoo! Oh, see, look. Lady Hardcastle books. Janelle got me hooked. Yeah.
They're so good.
And it's been on my list. And it's probably even on my list of historical mystery books that I need to start, like series I need to start, and I still haven't started. So. I love Perry Mason books. Yay! Woohoo! Lucky Loser is a Perry Mason on my puzzle. Oh, well, that's cool. And I read in order as well. Yay! I love Mission Impossible on Pluto. I'm pretty sure that's probably the old version, and I like the old version too. It's got a lot of fun older stuff, but it kind of broke my heart a little bit because Murder She Wrote was in the classics section.
Yeah. That's how I am with music. I'm like, stuff that played when I'm like in the early 2000s is now considered classic. I'm like, stop.
Yeah, because like my
I
childhood
know
is
I'm
the
older,
80s.
but like, stop.
My childhood is like the 80s and early 90s, and I watched Murder She Wrote on TV. I don't want it to be considered a classic.
My friend's daughter asked me what a Walkman was, and it made me feel like I was 100. I was like, stop.
Sherry says, I just have my good old fashioned notebook to keep track of her books. Yeah, she's old school.
I have a paper copy and a e-copy because I lose things.
Atlanta Braves, since I was a baby. Listened to them on the radio with my granny. That's cool.
Philadelphia Phillies.
Definitely old version.
I'm a Philly girl. I grew up 20 minutes outside of Philly, so.
My mom and I would watch Murder She Wrote together. I like to read in order, but sometimes reading out of order by accident. Yeah. I mean, that happens to everybody. And see, NetGalley gets me all the time, and I've gotten fairly good at remembering to check and see if it's part of a series before I click the accept button or whatever.
Yes.
I'll get one, and it's
I can't even bother with NetGalley. I get
3 or 4 in a series, and I get really mad because then I'm like, I'm not reading it out of order, so you're just going to have to sit there on my NetGalley until I've got caught up. Milwaukee Brewers. Yep, Sherry, Milwaukee Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an hour and a half south of Atlanta. I got some fun books here I was going to show you. I got my little book haul. But this is...
I love it.
My Dead. It's a Harlequin book.
I love it.
It's a Harlequin book.
It looks like one of those like detective novel.
And that's because it is written by James Hadley Chase.
Oh, I love it.
But like a lot of the older ones before they started just mostly romance, they were mysteries. And it says
really? I didn't know that.
Dangerous Dames, Exotic Romps, Cold-Blooded Murder, 1950 style. But this is the 60th anniversary. That so they released some of the old ones. And in the front, it tells you like the Harlequin story about like how it started and all that stuff, and then how it had like the crime novels and things like that before it went into like the romance. But yeah, I found this is number 267, so it's like way up there. And
holy moly!
Harlequin. So it says it's a Harlequin vintage collection. So this is what this is, and yeah, it's from 2000. This is from 2009, or I think 8 or 9, but the story inside is from 1952.
Okay, so they
yeah. And here's another one, and it's Pardon My Body.
It looks very like
yeah. It's by Dale Bogard. But it's very like crime noirish type.
It looks like Betty Page.
And everything, and it looks like one of those crime, like old crime movie posters or something.
Yeah, from like the 50s and the 60s.
But yeah, but I thought it was cool. I found 2 of them. This was number 147.
Oh, I love it.
I got these. I kid you not, I got these at the book buffet where I get my free books.
There's a book buffet?
Yeah, there's this used store that's in the town, like in Joplin. It's about a half an hour away.
Okay.
From where I live, and they have a used bookstore. You can go inside. It's just like used bookstore stuff. But I guess they have things that they don't think they're gonna sell, or they're rough, or maybe they've had them forever and they're not selling, and things like that. So then they put them outside. They put them outside. And so some of them get kind of pretty sun faded and things. But I found these out there. So all I did was give them like a couple of dollars donation. And then I got like all these books. But I just thought it was so cool that I got these 2 books.
That's awesome. I love when you can get stuff for free.
I got a Love Sweat book.
Ooh, those are hard to find. I've been trying to find some.
Yeah, I don't find them very often. We got special silhouette special edition. Do a little mini book haul after the night.
It's your birthday. You're allowed to do a book haul.
Yep, and we got Malachite by Ruth Langen.
I love covers like that so much. And everybody's like, they're so
Harley
awesome.
Quinn historical.
I love it.
Harley Quinn historicals never let you know what they are, what the number is. Number 407. Yep. And I like those old ones because they had pretties on the back too.
I wish they would do the wraparound covers again.
Then I got me a book from Tony Hillerman because People of Darkness, because I didn't have this one, and it was like in really decent condition.
I was gonna say, for being used, that looks brand newish.
Pretty nice. Because I sometimes feel bad if I just get things from the book buffet because I give them only a couple bucks. So sometimes I'll go inside.
Right.
So one of them
the same way.
One of them I got from inside because so it was like $3 or whatever.
That's not bad.
And then I have The Looking Glass War by LeCaire. I don't know how you say that.
LeCaire, I think.
Yeah, John LeCaire, the Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy guy. I know that.
Yeah, I had to read that.
And sometimes you get them off there; they're ripped.
If they're still readable.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, well, that's like it's readable, and then if I like it, then
you can find a nicer copy.
A nicer copy. Yeah, here we got a Dan Fortune detective mystery, The Slasher.
I really like that cover.
Yeah, I like the cover. Michael Collins. I've never heard of this author, but I thought the cover was cool.
That is an awesome cover.
And I've got Harvest of the Sun. It's definitely like historical fiction of some sort.
Ooh.
It reminds me of like what Melissa from Library and Labradors would like to read.
It looks like it reminds me of like Little House on the Prairie kind of.
Yeah, it's by E.V. Thompson. I've never heard of that person yet. And then I won this book off of Cat Novel Adventures, Cat from Cat Novel Adventures. I got Ralph S. Mouse by Beverly Clear.
I've heard of that book. I've never read it, but I've heard of them.
Yeah. I used to read Beverly Clearly when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I don't remember this, but I'm sure that I probably read it. I just don't remember it. But when she was offering them, I was like, oh, I want one. And I found this the other day. I thought this was pretty cool. Ghost Wanted by Finlay McDermott.
It kind of looks like a Goosebumps cover.
Yeah, and it's funny because this is it's a Sanctum mystery.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's very old. I was like, I found an old book with a cover. That's cool.
I love I know you don't read fantasy often, but I love like the old cheesy fantasy covers that they need to go back to.
It's like 1943. Simon and Schuster.
That was the year my grandmother was born.
I have a couple more. I got Murder Room by P.D. James. This was out on the book buffet too. A nice hardback. They have hardbacks out there too. And
I just picked up a P.D. James the other day. The Death Comes to Pemberley.
Oh yeah, and Original Sin by P.D. James.
I really like that cover.
I'll probably do a proper book haul for these at one point when I get more, and then everybody. Because there's some people that won't be on my line. I thought it was pretty cool, and I'm like,
that's awesome.
I like old school stuff, so
I do too.
Oh boy, your Braves playing my D-backs tonight. Uh-oh, no fighting in the comments. It says I also follow the Chicago Cubbies and Tampa Bay Devil Rays. I was an Oakland A's fan. That's kind of what I used, but I don't really do sports. But I used to whenever I was younger in Oakland A's. So I'm still kind of like Oakland A's. I don't have any channels to watch to watch baseball or anything on anyway. So followed the Braves when Chipper Jones played. Even had a jersey. Wow. I remember that name. And that was my uncle's team. He lived outside of Phoenix. And
I will be a Philly girl till the day I die. I'm a Philadelphia sports fan.
all these sporties in the comments. Which ones I'm west of Atlanta? Cool.
Atlanta has my least favorite airport. I can't stand
Tom Glavin is my guy. I used to go autograph signing. Some friends and I had gotten to know Mark Wooler pretty good. That's cool. And I'm a mile east of Memorial. We're close. Uh-oh. Got buddies going on here in the comments now. They're close to each other. Hopping off to join a virtual book club. Well, bye, Michelle. Have fun with your virtual book club.
Have fun.
And Kim says, I miss the Oxford bookstore in Atlanta. I bought so many books there over the years. Yeah. What I like about the book buffet too is like you give donations and every month they pick an organization and they give the money to them.
Yeah.
So like they'll do like we have like the Lafayette House for Women and they do prison socks.
We have Angel House. It's the same kind of thing. It's for women. And then we also have Gabriel's House, which helps kids with no family find shelter.
Yeah. And so they pick different like organizations, and so that's what they give the money for. So if I have the extra moolah, I give it.
Why not?
Usually it's a couple of bucks, and then they don't care how many you get either. They'll give you bags, and so you just go up there and you just like grab stuff. Yeah. And that's where I find a lot of my old like Harlequins and stuff. And sometimes they're a little bit like faded on the sides or something. Like that's like faded. Doesn't look like this anymore. It's faded.
That happens over time. Even books that I have in my house do that.
Yeah, but because it's kind of like where the sun can hit them a little bit.
Yeah.
And
even
sometimes
if
it's really hot, sometimes if it's really hot, I smother while I'm finding books, and sometimes when it's really cold, I froze while I'm trying to find books.
Yeah, I much rather freeze than be hot.
I mean, they have everything out. Like they have nonfiction section, and then they have like the hardcover section and the paper.
Every once in a while, I'll find something at Ollie's for like $2.
Cajun says, when I lived in Griffin, my dad used to ask me all the times if I ever saw Chipper. He was a Braves fan from way back and really liked Chipper. Love Beverly Clearly. Yes, I used to love. I've gotten some old school like Beverly Clearly that I found. Some of her Ramona. That's the ones that I used to.
The Ramona ones were the ones that I used to read.
Forgot about them. Derek Jeter shirt. I know Derek Jeter. I actually have some of his baseball cards.
And I used to read
baseball cards. So
really, my brother is big into looking at baseball cards. Like
Walden Books. I remember Walden Books. They used to have Waldens in our mall. Anna B. Dalton. Somebody mentioned B. Dalton down
I
here.
miss like when they used to do bookstores and malls.
Yeah, we used to have two, and I loved it because they were on opposite ends of the mall, and so could go to one and then walk all the way down to the other side to the other one.
And if one didn't have it, the other one usually did.
Yeah, I remember B. Dalton. Yeah. Sorry, we hitchhiked the chat. That's okay. I knew some of the players he was talking about by baseball cards. I was a really big baseball card collector in like the 80s and 90s. Then 94, I think it was, and they went on strike, and then I'm like, phooey on you. And then like the price of cards got like outrageously expensive.
The price of cards now is insane.
Yeah, and I've gotten a few cards nowadays, but I don't get them very often because it's like crazy because it's like $10 for like 10 cards or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, ours used to be like, $2 and come with a stick of gum. It might not have been the best stick of gum, but at least
But it still came with something.
Yeah. And I miss Border books. I always liked them better than Barnes and Noble.
Borders was awesome.
We didn't have
was the best.
The only bookstore we have now is Books a Million, and that's in Joplin, like where the used bookstore is. So where do I
I
go?
like Books a
I
Million.
don't go to Books a Million. I go to the used bookstore.
They have a really good like discounted book section in Books a Million.
Yeah, I think when I've gotten stuff from there, that I've gotten it from the
Like literally, mine is like half the store is the discounted books.
yeah, I have to go to places like that with like my aunt or something like that because we could close the store down.
Uh huh. I've
My
done it.
dad, on the other hand, he's like, I'm going to go out to the car. Miss Borders too. We only got 2 Barnes and Noble stores left in my city. We never had Barnes and Noble here.
Barnes and Noble used to be cheap, and now it's ridiculous. It's like $40 for a brand new hardcover.
Oh, she said I still have. Kim has 3 of notebooks full of baseball cards. That is so cool. Mainly from the 80s and 90s. Yeah,
Those
that's
are the ones everybody wants.
it. Not really, actually.
Really?
Yeah, because unless they're special or if they're in the Hall of Fame, because I've
Okay.
been watching people who sell cards because I was going to like sell some of my cards or whatever, and they call it the junk wax era, and so they mass produced cards because people were collecting
Oh,
them,
okay.
and so they're not really as heavily sought after as you would think they would be for being back then. Yeah, right
My
now,
brother.
like the expensive the ones that people want now are like the pretty ones with all the glittery stuff on it that they do that you pay $50 for a box of cards and hope you get one in it or something, you know.
Hmm.
And so I'm like, yeah, I'll just keep my old school
My
cards.
brother occasionally resells his stuff, so he occasionally looks and he
Gary's
tells.
got boxes of baseball cards. See, yeah.
I wish I kept my original Pokemon cards because the original
I have
set is going
binders
for
right here on the floor of baseball cards
a
in my hoarder room. Pages and pages of Ryan's, and I was a Jose Canseco and Mark McGuire fan. I
Mark
loved Mark
McGuire.
McGuire. I loved Mark McGuire before everybody knew his name because he was on the
Mm,
Oakland A's before he was a Cardinal.
yeah.
And I'm like, are you a true Mark McGuire fan, or are you just a fan because he hit all those home runs or whatever it is? When I'd see people with those shirts on or whatever it is. But yeah, those were my 2. I collected a whole bunch of those whenever I was younger. Jose was probably my main favorite one back in the day. So I think I'm gonna do like one more like 30-minute sprint and then wrap things up. If that's okay. Sound
Sounds
good?
good.
Set the time. Get my little kitty cat back. Look at this. I'm all professional here. So happy reading, everyone.
Happy reading. I didn't realize I was still on mute.
So how'd you do?
No reading, unfortunately. My dad called because I had to get some information from my dad to give the phone people tomorrow when I go look at new phones. Adulting stuff. Nothing fun in that sprint.
Fake confetti, fake confetti. I finished my book. Fake confetti.
Yay! What rating?
I give it 3.5, somewhere around there. I liked it. I definitely liked it more than the first one. There was just some few things that kept it from being like a 4-star. The main character sometimes there was definitely a lot of different miscommunication type things in there,
Yeah, I don't like that.
especially towards the end. I was just like, why didn't you just ask him instead of like getting all
Sounds
mad
like
and
adults.
going off and stuff, you know? But yeah. But I also I found this. I looked at my card that Sonia had sent, and there's like a little sticky here. It says, "If you're wondering why I added the dryer sheet, I didn't want to send you a bag of musty smells."
I like that though. I'm gonna steal that.
So I was like, that's why there's yeah, because that's the first time she sent them. But yeah, I could most of my Perry Mason books are pretty musty smell, so I'm pretty sure they probably
I wish
smell.
there was some way that you can like fix that.
You know, and they say that if you put your books like in a, I don't know, like a box with a lid and baking soda, it's supposed to take the musty smell away. I don't really think it works because I've tried that, and I mean, it might lessen the musty smell a little bit,
Yeah.
but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put her dryer sheet over in my bookshelf where my Perry Mason books are.
It can't hurt.
Then it'll smell better.
I haven't used the dryer sheet, but have you seen those like those washer beads that you can put in the wash?
Yeah.
I've made like little baggies of those and stuck it in with stuff. And it's kind of the same idea.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same idea. That's cool.
Yeah.
And so Anita said that she's going to hop off. Have a great night, you two, and happy birthday, Miss Lori, and see you soon. Keep you safe, and thank you. I'm glad you got to hang out with me for a little while, and hope you have a good evening.
I hope you had a great birthday.
Yeah, it was fun. It was like I told my friend Barb, I was like, I could either hang out with a bunch of people online or by myself.
Yeah.
Well,
bunch of people online.
It was a lot better than being alone, sitting on my bed reading a book because, or whatever. So,
yeah. Adulting.
So Sherry got to 25%.
Yay!
Love on me.
Score.
And Maura got to 15%. And Cameron read to 32 pages. And then Sherry's like, yay! Yay, Stormy, yeah, I finished the book. All in one day, I finished it. I started it at the beginning of our sprint time, and then I finished it all in one day. Yay! I feel accomplished. Now I'll go back to this one. Strange Recompense. I mean, does that sound like a romance? Strange Recompense.
It sounds like it'll be interesting. It might not be conventional.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing with a lot of these, like, definitely like these, like, older ones and stuff. A lot of the titles do not sound anything like a romance at all. Like, one I read at the beginning of the year. It might have been, I forget when I read things. I think it was at the beginning of the year when I did my retro romance readathon. Beware the Huntsman.
Okay. That does not sound like
The Dragon's Cave.
I've heard many euphemisms for
and it's like, okay, that doesn't really sound romantic. The Dragon's Cave, I kind of got the gist of that one.
Yeah.
Because, like, well, there's actually this, like, big cave in there or whatever. I forgot to shut my kitty off. And he was he's quite a bit older than her too, and so it kind of felt like, you know, whole like Dragon's Cave or whatever. But
Okay.
yeah, but they're funny. They're the titles. The Goblin Court, I think, was the other one I read. Goblin Court. And
Okay.
my other friends are like, "Are you reading a fantasy or a romance?"
That's what it sounds like.
So yeah, they got some weird titles.
I would say so.
At least this one sounds more like here, Fire and Fury.
It sounds like a nonfiction title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire and Fury also to me sounds like a fantasy. So it's
Yeah, exactly.
it sounds fantasy like. Well, we don't have any more comments, and I think I'm ready to pop off of here because I've been on here for 6 and a half
Holy moly.
6.5 hours I've been on here. That's the longest I've ever been on a stream.
Yay.
So go me. Woohoo. And so Alicia, thanks for popping on with me so I didn't have to be by myself.
Thank you for letting me. It was fun.
Yeah, fun. Yeah. And thank you everybody in the chat and for all the happy birthday wishes and all that kind of good stuff. And we'll see you next time, which would probably be Sunday sprints. So see y'all on
Sounds good. I'll
Sunday.
be here.
Bye.
Have a good night.